Right, let's get this started. You lot spamming through bloody raffles all the time. How you doing? Well, happy Saturday. Praise be the spiral. I want to have a glass of this. I'm going to mix this again with Fanta because it was really good, but I do want a glass of it because it's my last bottle. And I do want to enjoy the taste of it before it goes. Just going to knock the tunes down ever so slightly. They seem a little bit loud. There we go. Oh, thank you very much for the resub, and thank you for the sub, Boonjeeper, as well. I missed that one. That must have been while I was getting my wine and stuff. And thanks for the host as well, Andy. Appreciated. Cheers, everybody. I've got some. Right. Good. I think I'm going to do this every week. I'm going to alternate. Where is Shimmerbot? Is Shimmerbot not on? Shimmerbot should be on. Or my fan. Is Shimmerbot not on? It's a bit worrying if not. Oh yeah, where is Shimmerbot? Okay, don't. Okay, let me restart the server and the overlay. Give me a second. It must be partly connected because the tables are showing. So that's not worked either. Because whenever that race thing appears in the corner, it means it's wrong. It should disappear by the time the page is drawn, and it's not. Okay, something weird is going on. For God's sake. Okay, that might work. Still not seeing Shimmerbot though. Very strange. Very strange. Good evening, Quadrisaur. And Amok as well. Hey. Yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing Shimmerbot. Let me yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Let me just try. Oh, Shimmerbot is there. Okay, fair enough. Okay, yeah. Stepsy's laptop is knackered, so whether or not he manages to join on his mobile or not, I don't know. But yeah, now's your opportunity, guys, to win on the quizzes. But yeah, hopefully you can get that sorted relatively soon. It's unfortunate for him. He's going to miss the points as well, the lovely points, which I'm going to add now. Hey, Zigzag, welcome. Last time he wasn't around, he only won one. All right, well, let's start the quiz off, and I'll let you know what we're going to do tonight. So tonight's going to be Mega65. Purely Mega65 tonight. I thought we'd dedicate a Saturday stream to it. I want to really get cracking on this. So that's what I'm going to do tonight. I'm going to tidy up the little animation stuff did on Thursday. And then I'm going to look at creating a debug overlay because it's kind of difficult to print anything to the screen when you're using the screen for multiple layers and they're all scrolling independently. So and because I'm not using the nice SP first one down. Because I'm not using the hardware sprites, I thought I'd create a tool, a little kind of library that uses the hardware sprites for that. For now, we'll just use 8 sprites, plop them on the screen. At some point, we're going to need to multiplex those sprites for the top and bottom HUDs. but for now we'll just not bother multiplexing. We'll just drop them on the screen. I mean, I think what I want to do as well is make this an optional library, so you can optionally decide to have it turned on. And basically, what I want it to do is create 3 rows of text with 24 characters in each one. So that's 3 rows of 8 by 7 characters. The reason 8 by 7 is because that's the height of the sprites. I could extend it so that the Mega65 allows you to extend the sprites a little bit, so I could put more lines in if I want. But that will just be a little area of memory in the debug area which you can write to, and it will just display characters. So we'll need to load a font in specifically for that. And set up the writing to the characters. But first of all, I want to sort these animation things out. So let me put that on there. How's everybody's Saturday been so far? Oh, damn it! I was up till stupid o'clock last night. So I made the mistake of setting Valheim up on my laptop and connecting it to my projector, which projects to the ceiling. So I could just lay it on my back in bed and just play Valheim on the pad. It's hard to play on the pad, but I did manage to play it on the pad. So create a whole new character. So helping people in Discord and sleeping. It's good. Sleeping on the weekend's good. Sign you're getting old, that. Working, not so great. Damn. 3 hours looking for a key card. I've had that before. You're not old. No, you're right. You're not old. You're ancient. There is a difference. There is a difference. I worked out. You're welcome. I worked out today you could tame animals in Valheim, so I've been trying to figure out how to do that efficiently. Okay. Thank you for the follow, Amarantin Tech. I like it. Hey, Turbo Prime, how you doing? Let's load this up. Let's show you the bug that I've got at the moment with the animation systems. It may be that it's easier for me to make the debug overlay than try and figure it out without that debug overlay. I should really try and compile the Mega65 debugger. I don't know if it contains more information than I'm currently kind of getting, but I imagine it is. Black or white style gesture over them and slap it around a bit. Yeah, well, I've been I just trap them basically. I create little pens and trap them in pens. But again, this is all stuff I've been figuring out from scratch. So, okay, so let me turn this on as well so I can see it on this screen because it's a bit hard to see on the tiny screen. So I can view this in 3 locations. I've got the the stream output up there. I've got the little monitor inside my computer, but what I really want is a big view of it, which I can get on the TV at the side of me here. Because then I'll really see. So the problem is when the H flip is applied, it suddenly breaks the sprite rendering, and we only see the same half being rendered each time, and it's the second half. So you can see if we were running this way, then the half that we're seeing is the second half that would be drawn the thing on the right, and same with this way. It's the right hand sprite that gets duplicated for some reason. So we need to make some fixes around that because it only seems to happen once the system is up and running. If I was to flip it here, for instance, in fact I do here, I set the flip and then I clear the flip, then it flips absolutely fine. You see here, if I do this, Yeah, be really careful with the Petsky mirroring because it took me a long time to figure out the mirroring, and it's partly why I didn't include all the different the horizontal lines that go up at different heights, because that would have just been an absolute nightmare. So, and actually, I'm kind of pleased I didn't, because I think the patterns it makes are much nicer. So yeah, you can see there that the H flip has flipped perfectly fine. Oh, yeah, see that, and then once I've flipped back a few times, it kind of screws up. So not entirely sure what is doing that. It seems to be if I set and clear, because I wonder if I do it multiple times here, will it make a difference? Let's try that. I think I need an independent verifier app. Yeah, so that's what I've got to be very careful that I make a verifier that is 100% accurate, because I need to obviously get this working. Yeah, see, look, it's so annoying. Why does that suddenly happen? Not straight away. um, so let's just go into the macros, just double check those. So HFlip is this one here, which needs this or needs changing now. Actually, this is bit 7. This is bit 6. Loop is bit 5. Oh, I've just done it completely. 0, 1, 2, 3. I've skipped one here, haven't I? So that's actually 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay. But it seems like when I do this, it screws up for some reason. Can I see why though? No. So that's not a problem, but it's when we do it in here that it becomes a problem. At this point, it's definitely a problem. I knew it seems to be when I clear it though, so I don't see any reason why it would fail though. Okay, that's fine. I think the next thing we can do is check in here, in this stuff here, so where this attribute flags is. So let me just put actually I can look for that. Attribute flags. Wait, how's it not finding that? That's strange. TTR. Oh god damn it, I've done it again here. My spelling is atrocious with these things. So now it's gonna complain about broken broken commands in a few places. Just need to fix this. There we go. Right, and now I can actually look for that properly. Okay, so that lives at 2F50. So I'm going to bring this up. I'm going to check out what the M2F50. apologize that you guys can't see this. Well, you might be able to if you've got an incredibly large TV and good eyesight. So 1 1. So that our attributes there are looped and playing. Sorry, looped and enabled, which is correct. Playing is not used in vflip. I have the TV, not the eyesight. Yeah. Well, you've got the TV because you've got the bad eyesight, right? You're like me. I've got bad eyesight, so I tend to have big monitors. So. Hey, Prince Phase. Yeah, I have the same. I have a massive monitor. But I kind of defeat the object. So I have a big monitor, but I put everything at 4K, so everything's kind of small anyway. So also drinking Copperberg tonight. It seems now that whenever my girlfriend orders anything, and she needs to top the order up to meet a minimum kind of minimum delivery fee sort of thing, then she always adds Copperberg on. So there's always Copperberg in the fridge now. Okay, so in that case, let's turn. Okay, I mean, oh, damn it! All right. Okay, and now it's saying our mirroring is. Well, actually, that should be H flip. That should be V flip. That's not implemented. That one is. Thanks for the follow, Boonjeeper. Appreciated. Okay. Yeah, I wish there was a way to make this bigger. I wonder if I can change the font size. I don't think I can. It's quite basic, the thing. Oops, not that one. What's this console? Can I have... Oh, there we go. Font type, font size. Hey, there we go. There we go. Cool. Oh, actually, what would be really useful here? Oh no, because it is a mono font anyway. What it needs here is spacing between these hex pairs. So you can see here 5.1 is the current attributes for this first animation, and that would imply that it has been flipped and that it is playing. Sorry, and that it is enabled. So this is correct. So that the attribute is correct, but the problem is the display is wrong. So that means that this is correct because this is drawing things in the right place, but it's these that are wrong. Okay, so in that case, if it's wrong, it's only wrong after this has been used. So that should be H flip. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to see. I'm going to put a border increment here so we can see if it's actually processing a flipped version or not. So this is what happens if it's flipped. So what I'm going to do is in here, I'm just going to put that, and then when I run this, if the sprite is in flipped mode, the border should be flashing. It should be enough to figure that out. Because once we get this working, that's pretty much the majority of the animation system done. There's a few minor things that need to go in, but we can start focusing on the rest. Oh, yeah, you only have 4 kilobytes. Just there's what I provide in one of the examples is a way to create kind of like a bootstrap file that will load both the original code in plus your code. But I mean, it's fine to do it kind of however you want, as long as the final code is provided to me with just that section, because I will be using the PRG size -2. I won't be doing any other checks than the size of the code that loads in at that location, and I will be loading it in at that location as well, so you can't relocate it. Hey Decor. See, yeah. Do you know that was the place where when I started coding, something's wrong here. Something wrong. When I started coding, oh, because I've got this open. When I started coding assembly language, that was where I learned to put stuff, because it was the one area that was free RAM that doesn't interfere with the basic. So it was a safe area to put stuff. So for ages, I yeah, 49152 exactly. I remember typing SYS 49152 so much, but it was where I started putting code, and I think a lot of basic programs copy stuff up there as well. So, and indeed, my first assembly programs were input by using data statements in a basic program, because I didn't have an assembler, so I would hand assemble the code, which was slow. But it does teach you a lot about machine code doing it like that. So there we go. So bits are 1-1. I'm just going to double check this when I turn. So you can see that the border's flashing. Now it will pause every now and again because the palette has a load of blacks at the end of it. So so you can see it's 5-1, so the bit's correct. Now if I face this way, the border is not flashing. And if I go this way, the border flashes. Okay, so the path through the code is correct. So this bit's doing its job correctly. The question is, why is the frame not correct? The frame is incorrect at this point. So where are we actually setting that? Okay, so these are our attributes here that we set. Okay, that should be fine. So this is where we're actually creating the sprite, because we're changing the sprite here. And I believe this is our target, which means the Z register must not be incrementing or decrementing correctly. Ah, interesting. Oh no, here we go. Decrease. Go to done. Oh no, that's incorrect. Oh no, done is this one here. Sorry. Yep. In a loop. Let's bring that out. Okay, so I'm wondering about what this value of Z is here. Okay, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to do the debug overlay, because this is going to help with this. This is going to allow us to just print stuff into the debug overlay, which at the moment I can't really put a breakpoint in. I maybe can with the debugger, but I haven't got the debugger set up. I need to compile it, and I haven't got anything ready to. I haven't got my Windows build environment set up at all, so that would be a painful experience right now. Oh yeah, that's a good point, Andy. Thank you. I should do that at some point. Yeah, thank you. Put my GitHub links on the Twitch page. It's probably a good idea. Okay. In that case, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to take a step back from this bit at the moment, and we're going to add into the framework stuff. Yeah, I'm always going to check them. Yeah. AMK points. No, you didn't help me with code there. I tell you what. No, AMK points are for code. No. Mod points. You get mod points for them. So you've got a new imaginary currency that you can hold on to for months. AMK point added. Okay, right, let's create a, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new file in here, and I'm going to call it Debug Panel. So let's make it lowercase in here. And Debug Panel's job is basically going to be to just set up and display this debug panel on the screen and provide the macros in order to use it. It's going to live probably at the highest end of the code, wherever that might be. So in fact, I'm going to suggest it gets imported at the bottom down here. Thanks for the follow, Spanlessar. Welcome to the stream. New points for a mod point, so theoretical quest to me. I've still got to sort that out. I really want to get Amiga mod files working, but I can't find a decent way to search and relay those results to the player. So I need to have a good think about how that would work, but because at the moment it's not going to work. Source frame work debug panel. So the reason I'm putting it down here is because this is the sort of thing you want to turn on and off now and again. What I might do is, do I have a debug up here? No. Okay, I might create a debug define up here. So let me do that. Well, I just do that, don't I? I don't need to do it. Is that how I do it? I completely forgot. I'll find out anyway. And then here I can do if debug and if. And then I will import this to a very specific location. For now, I'm just going to put it at I'm going to put it at F800, but I think it's probably going to live. Yeah, actually, it's probably right there. Okay, so debug panel is going to need an init, which is going to set the sprites up and locate them on the screen. And then in the update in here, main loop, yeah, kind of here, there would be another. Like that. Probably doesn't even need an init actually. Because we can do everything in here. That's going to make this kind of quite simple. Okay, now it is going to need a font in here. So or I could copy the font for it. No, let's give it a unique font. Let's see if I can find a decent font. No, see these are. I don't want an actual font. I want Commodore 64 actual fonts. Oh god, am I going to have to go to CSDB? I am, aren't I? I just want a simple font. No, I need a simple font which is 8 by 6. All right. Thank you for the. Oh, why am I not getting updates on there? I didn't see who that was. Oh, it's Kenneth Mirror. Thank you very much. For some reason, I'm not getting alerts on my panel down here. Let me refresh. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, thank you for the resub there, Kenneth Mirror. Appreciated. I don't know why my Streamlabs alert box down here is not working, but it is not working. So, damn it, that's annoying. All right. It means I need to keep a proper eye on things. Let me see if I can watch that. No, yeah, it didn't show that up at all for some reason. Very bizarre. I mean, this is called small font, but it looks big. It's 2x2, so I may just have to go and rip one out of a game, I guess. Yeah, I mean, how is that small? All right. I think Charpad's got some that I can nick actually. That one. Examples. Here we go. Fonts. Arcade font, Capcom. Ah, that's perfect. Perfect. Okay, that gives us 48 characters. And they are a good size as well, so they'll space out nicely. Okay, cool. Let's export this then. I literally just want the character set here. That's all I want. I don't care about attributes or anything. And all I want to do is just drop them into cool. There we go. So then I can import them here, which would be .4/assets. Oh no, because I'm from the debug panel. So debug panel would be back one assets bin debug. Debug.bin. All right. Okay, cool. So I put a char set in here, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have an initialized variable here. So I'm going to have it auto initialize itself, basically. So it's going to start with byte 0. And then the very first thing the update function is going to do is it's going to load initialized. And if it's not equal, we continue. Otherwise, we jump to subroutine in it. And then that can increment initialize. So that's going to make sure that this just gets called once right at the beginning. And the job of this function is going to be to create the sprites and set them up on the screen. So I'm going to use the manual to do this because I think some of the registers might be a little bit different for what I need. I shouldn't think so, though. I think most of them will be the same, but we'll see in a second. Where's the list? Where's my Vic4 list? There it is. So I need to bookmark that, and then I need the Vic2 list. Wait, where's the Vic2 list? Okay, so first thing I need to do is I need to enable all the sprites. This is the same in Mega65, so that doesn't need to change. And basically, I'm going to line them all up at the bottom. Hey, Bay64, hope you're okay. I'm going to have a Fanta wine now. That wine is actually really tasty. I'm just going to have a little bit of wine. AMK leaderboard is a sad sight. Yeah. Come on, guys, pull your fingers out. Let's get some AMK points on the go. Give Andy a run for his money. Hey, Anton, hope you're doing well. To be fair, AMK is a sad sight. Oh, poor Andy. You give yourself too much of a hard time, to be honest. Oops, let's go that way. So let's just switch to that one, so that's not distracting. Okay, so first of all, what we're going to do, we're just going to set up the sprites. We're just going to line them up across the bottom. So I'm just going to have them. Actually, I will leave that on so we can see, because we're going to see something in there in a minute. Just going to line 8 sprites up along the bottom and see what we can make it look like. So, hey, Rough Knight 86. What do I think of the Commander X16 project? I've gone into this before. It's not for me, to be honest. It's too different. It's not it's its own thing. It's not really a continuation of any line of computers. It's its own thing. So for me, it's not interesting. I mean, I'd like to take a look at it at some point, but I'll do it when the Mega65 can run it on one of its cores, which is one of the reasons I'm not that keen on it, because you're stuck with set an 80, so that's set the white position. You're stuck with um, a chip that can't be reprogrammed, so you can't, it's not an FPGA CPU, so you can only run Commander X16 on it. You can't run anything else on it, which is a shame. I think if it was FPGA all the way through, I think it would be a much more interesting concept for people. Yeah, it has deviated too much. I also think it's goddamn ugly. I really don't like it at all. I think it's horrible looking. It just looks like a late 90s media PC. It doesn't look that interesting at all. But yeah, I mean, there will be people that like it, and I'm sure it will do all right, because it's got big names behind it, well-known people behind it. So I'm sure it will do well. I'm sure it will at least sell well. Whether or not there's good quality games for it or not, I don't know. But it's going to suffer with the fact that it can't run any other software other than X16 software. I think that's going to be a problem for it. Yeah, we are a bit biased towards this. I missed D0. No, I didn't. D0 is that's an X position, not a Y position. Okay, so I'm going to go through the sprites from one edge. So I'm going to put them here. I'm going to space them out slightly, and then I need to set the sprite point. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This sounds like the Armalite. So, yeah. I like how Andy's desperate for the points now. He just wants his AMK points. Oh, it's funny. Hey G Huff. I like it though. I like that he's doing that. It's like it didn't bother him as much when there wasn't a table for it, but now there's a table for it. It's like really getting to him. Uh, okay, I think that's all of them. All right, so this I don't think this is going to display anything because the sprite pointer is probably not going to do anything. Oh, it has put them on the screen. Okay, so it's put them there. So the other thing I need to do is set colors for these. So I'm going to make sure this is all going to stay in high res mode, C64 high res mode. I don't want that to change. So I'm going to set them all to white. Now, it may be that this is not going to work out quite like I think. It's very likely that this is not going to be white because I can already see that it's using reds and greens and stuff on reds and grays and stuff there. So I need to find out where white is in that palette, or I need to add white to that palette, which I think is probably going to be the easier way. So let me go and do that right now and change this color to that. Let me make it that. Yeah, I'm going to set it to be the last color. I'm just going to see if I can affect this in any way. Okay, so palettes. Where are palettes loaded in? I believe they should be loaded in the layer system. Oh, okay. Oh wait, am I just doing it in the main? Maybe I'm just doing it in the main file. I think I am actually. Yeah, it's here. Just being stupid. Oh, I can get rid of some of this as well. I don't need these sinus tables anymore. Nor do I need this table anymore. So you can see here I'm loading in values from these palettes here. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to fill these values with FF on the very last value. So in this table here, basically I'm just going to and what I will do is I will set this to be only in a debug mode. Because we don't really want to mess with the palette if we're not in debug mode. This is literally just if the debug panel's out. And I'm going to do it on this one as well because I'm not sure which palette we use. There's two sets of palettes defined here. Okay, let's run that again. Can you up the text size one click? Yeah, no worries. I'll do it too, just for you. There you go. Oh, actually, no. How's that? Is that good enough? Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, that's worked. So it's put white in. That looks like high res because I can see squares for individual pixels rather than rectangles. So this is all pretty good. Position needs to be adjusted. So the bottom of the screen is at 250, the very bottom. So if I put the top of that sprite at 229, yeah, 229, that should be right. So 229 is E5, I believe. Yeah, okay. I forgot I could do that as well. It's the 8 and the 0 you were okay, yeah, because the 0 does have that dash through it as well. Okay, and that should line all those up at the bottom, those sprites, and then it's just a matter of setting those to have sprite pointers that point to different areas of memory, and then we're good to start putting data into them. Okay, that looks good. I just want to count the pixels on this. Yep, that's exactly 21 pixels high. So that's perfect. So this is going to be our little debug area down here. It's not very much, but it will be enough for us to put some values in. It's basically just going to be a 3-line text display that we can update where we want. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reserve a display area. So it's just going to be here. And this is going to be 24 characters wide, three high, and it's going to be default with zeros here. Now, the text encoding for this is going to be related to this this font set here. So, looking at the font set, it's not exactly the same as it is in on the C64. So there will probably have to be a little translation macro as well, but that should be pretty easy to set up. It shouldn't be difficult. We've got everything we need. We've got a dot. We've got numbers. We've got yeah. I mean, this is enough to display what we need to display. I think don't really need much more than that. Okay, so this is our display. Whenever we call update, the contents of this will be recalculated. Or the better way to do this is we have a function which changes something in the display, and if something has been changed, then we'll have dirty flag here. And the dirty flag will just say it will be 0 most of the time, but when you change any information in the display, so when you write to any of these areas here, this gets set, and then the update will say if it's dirty, then do an update. So that's what we can do here. We can say dirty, and if it is dirty, we go to here. Otherwise, we exit. So at this point here, we need to actually do some stuff. So we'll start by resetting the dirty flag, and then we can draw some stuff. So the other thing we need to do is we need to set some sprite pointers here. Now, I think the sprite pointers are probably set up for 16-bit sprite pointers, but I'm not so sure. I don't even know where the sprite pointers are at the moment. So let's see if I can figure that out by looking at the VIC4 registers. There is a register in the VIC4 list that tells you where the sprite pointers are, and that is D06C, D06C, D06D. So I'm gonna have to do this through here, I think, because I don't think I can do it on the 06D. Oh, it's not going to show me in there. Okay. Oh, hang on. 06. Yeah, it's not going to show me in that. Damn it. All right. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so in that case, what I shall do, I can set the sprite points to be wherever I want. So I am going to point them to. This is sprite point 16. So yeah, I can just set them to wherever I want here. So sprite point 16 sets 16-bit. Okay, so that's XPOS. This is colors, and this is pointers. So first of all, I need to ensure that I'm using 8-bit sprite pointers for now. This may have to change. Good night, Kenneth. Thanks for joining. So that goes in D06E, and then the rest can be wherever I want. So this will be Debug Pointers. That goes in D06C. D06D, okay. And then Debug Pointers will just be here, and these will point to our actual sprite data. So sprite data have to be something like this. Sprite data has to be aligned to 64-byte boundaries. So you need to do an align 40 on it here. And then this would be filled 64 times 8 because we want 8 sprites, like so. And if I just fill them with a pattern, something like that, so we can actually see, that should just produce two lines for each sprite. So we should see 16 lines, vertical lines. And then debug pointers would just be pointing to these. So this would be not words, sorry, bytes. And the easiest way to do this, let me put this after like this. Let me arrange this a little bit. So we're just going to work out what the base pointer is, and that's going to be this value here divided by 40. And then this becomes base pointer 8, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we'll confirm that this is drawing these sprites correctly and in the right order in a second. Just want to see that this is working. Fill with B0. Birds custard. Oh, do you know what? I've not had something with custard for a while. Might have to get some kind of cherry or apple pie or something. I'm hungry for that right now. Oh, I see. It was supposed to say boo, but it's yeah. Oh, okay, that's interesting. It hasn't pointed to that data at all. Okay, let me fill it with FF. I should have done that as well. I didn't put the hex in front, so it would have been a weird value anyway. But okay, it's not pointing to where I think it's pointing to, which is interesting. Oh, because that. There we go. There we go. Okay, so it seems to be missing 2 of the sprites for some reason. Let me do this in steps here. So we're going to do a different number of stripes through each thing. So thanks for the bits, Anton. Appreciated. Cheers. Hope work is not driving you too insane. I will just repeat that. I've got a bit of a headache tonight. I'm not sure why. Maybe I need some more CBD. I couldn't tell you why. Okay, so oh, this is interesting. It seems to be placing them in a weird pattern. Okay. That really didn't help doing those patterns because the lines are kind of misleading. So instead I'm gonna do alternate. Okay, so it's kind of working, but it seems to be missing one out somewhere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It seems to be missing the very first one off. That seems to be the problem. If I just do that, so there's a stripe down the middle. Seems to be missing that very first sprite for some reason. It's 0 based. Yeah, I've got that, but 2, 3. It's missing the very first two. It's missing this one and this one. But only when I set the sprite pointers. So I feel like the sprite pointers are a bit wrong here. So I'm gonna align it to 100 instead. Hopefully it's an aligned thing. The calculating to work out base is wrong. Why? No, that's right. I'm not sure how. Wait, hang on. Oh no, that's right. Yeah, because it can't be anything else here. I mean, if I did +2, it would probably start working, or at least shift those ones over. I'm just wondering if the no, it hasn't. Okay, there's something weird going on here. I'm wondering if it's actually this that's wrong. 2, 3, 4, 7. Okay. Hmm. It's because the base is a page, not the whole RAM, and so it will 100. The base isn't a page value though. The base is quarter of a page. So the base is the sprite number basically. That's what I mean. Base sprite number. And so it has to be divided by 40 to get the actual sprite number. So if you're at 0, no, it's not 16-bit number. I've explicitly turned that off. It's an 8-bit number now. I don't know why those last two. It's just the first two. Sorry. The var is 16-bit. Which var? This var. This is just going to create an 8-bit number. Yeah, you will need to say 10,000. Unfortunately, it doesn't work the same as the things. I haven't implemented that. My code isn't that good. Shame you would have won then as well. I wonder if the debug pointers have to be aligned. Hang on. Oh no, that's a really good point actually. So I should all right, I'm gonna give you some I'm gonna give you some AK points there. I think that's worth a 10, I think. Because yeah, it's a good point actually. I'm thinking about this from Commodore 64. Well, the thing is he was kind of on the right he was on the right thing, so any photos of my water cool builds. Show you my latest one actually. If I can find it, it might not be in here. I'll show you a couple. What am I currently doing with Raspberry Pi? I'm not doing anything at the moment. It's just in my machine. Oh, how annoying that is that it's actually worked now. Wait, how is that working then? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense because now that's working, which means it did need to be aligned. So I maybe should have only give five AMK points there, but whatever. Okay, let me find you some water cool build pictures. Is that one? So this is my current machine. Don't know if you can see that. It's not the prettiest, neatest build inside, but it's kind of cool. It's got an Xbox Series S in there. You can see the Raspberry Pi on the screen at the bottom there. So it's kind of cool. And that's the what's the Xbox doing in it? It's got an Xbox and it's got a PS4 Pro in the back as well. So you see the USBs at the bottom. Those so the right hand USBs are for the PS4, and the left hand USBs are split between one top one for the Raspberry Pi and the bottom one for the Xbox. So it does Xbox, it does PlayStation 4 Pro, and it does PC as well, and all the retro machines as well. So it's all built into one. So that's that one. And then I did some for my kids as well. I'll show you what I did for my kids. Oh, this is what it was like when it was just a PS4 Pro and 2080 Ti SLI. So I had SLI 2080 Ti's and just a PS4 Pro, and I had it in two colors, but I changed it to red. So, but this only had the PS4 Pro and the Raspberry Pi. I didn't have the Xbox in, but I put the Xbox where the blue one is there. I like to show these, so you have to excuse me while I show off my build. But the nicest builds are the builds I've actually done for my children, in my opinion, anyway. So let me show you. Oh my god, where is it? I got so much crap in my. Yeah, there you go. So this is one I did for my son. With a custom 3D printed shroud at the top here. With his GTX 1080 in it. That was a nice build. Nice because it's got the custom stuff in it. 3D printed stuff in it. I think that's it. Oh, and it's got these 3D printed PCI covers to look like Pac-Man. And you can't really see very well, but they do light up when it's dark as well. So he's got Pac-Man PCI covers as well, PCIe slot covers. And then there's the one I did for my daughter, which is this one. So this one's all UV lit up with a little screen on it as well. You got a custom vinyl on it as well with a name and a character from I think it's Overwatch. That is, and I think it's Diva from Overwatch. Yeah, she wanted the pink. She picked it, not me. But yeah, there you go. So that's my water cooling stuff. I've done other ones as well, but they're the most recent ones I've done that I've got pictures of. Okay, so back to this. It looks like the sprites are working now. I think the base pointers need aligning. Obviously they probably need to be aligned to the nearest 16 bits. But now I'm made this one for my daughter, sure. Yeah, that's actually my secret computer that I use all the time. I'm a bit concerned that so what Andy was saying is right. The sprite pointers aren't in 16 bank blocks. In fact, these sprites are at the very end of memory of the 64K memory. So the reason why sprite pointers on the C64 go from 0 to 255 is because they only live in a 16 kilobyte bank, right? So you only need 8 bits to define them. But what Andy was correctly saying was that these values would be 16-bit because of where I'm applying them. So now I'm not sure why this is even working, because I'm not setting the bank to use. Maybe it's just because I pointed the sprite pointers here. I'm not sure, but either way, it's kind of working now. So, and I can confirm this by changing the values here just to make sure the first one is something different and this one is something different. And hopefully we should see the first and last sprites look different from the middle 6. Thanks for the follow, Matty Devs. Appreciated. I'm very tempted when I get the when the official Mega65 comes out to do a water cool build on this, to actually put water cooling. I've got a very small pump and radiator and water blocks that would fit perfectly inside the Mega65. So kind of tempted to do that. So I'd start my own stream in your band. I wonder how Max would actually deal with something like OBS. Water cool something that doesn't get warm. Well, I mean, I wanted to do it on my Commodore for a long time, but I bought the Plexi Laser. See it there. Oh my god, that's tell I've not used this for a while. It's dusty. So I bought the Plexi Laser C64 for my Ultimate, thinking I'd have enough space inside it to put the water cooling in, but it's quite low down. It's a lot lower than I was expecting. Thanks for the follow, Node Light. Appreciated. But the C64 one is 5.5 centimeters, whereas the Mega 65, oh, actually, it's much higher, 6 centimeters. But I think I could maybe fit it in there. And it would just look cool. Just some kind of what would it be? It would be kind of like UV colored fluid in there. Okay. One thing I do notice actually is that on the small LCD, I don't seem to see the bottom few lines. but I need to move them up slightly because they're not quite correct. So I'm just going to move it up 5 lines because it seems to be missing the bottom couple of lines on the LCD. I don't know why. Maybe a resolution thing. I don't know, a host resolution. 980 Ti is actually a very, very good card still. So, oh, it's just stretched, isn't it? It's just stretched because of the resolution. Okay, that's fine. So it was a resolution thing. 980 Ti would actually stream pretty well, I think. If you use the NVENC thing, it would be absolutely fine. 980 Ti still stands up surprisingly well, even though it's like 3 generations behind now. Yeah, 980 Ti is still a very good card. So, I mean, you're not going to get like the highest detail on the latest games, but for you're going to be able to run things at 1080p, medium, no problem at all. Whereas even the newer low end cards would fail to do that. So, and in terms of sheer kind of shader power, it's got quite a lot. So. Tomb Raider 2 and Doom 2. Yeah, medium 1080p, not a problem, I think, for the 980 Ti. To be honest, you're going to be relying on your CPU more than anything at 1080p. And the 980 Ti will be able to handle that, no problem. So as long as you've got a decent CPU, you can get by with it for quite a while. Okay, so now we've got those set up. So let's go ahead and do things. So if this is dirty, then we need to set some things. So okay, so I'm going to start by filling with a value like 1 because it's going to be something different in the font, and I'm going to set dirty to 1. So it's going to start off as dirty. So the very first thing it's going to do is it's going to run this portion of the update. So let's put a note in here. Flag dirty will set. So redraw the panel. So the reason I'm doing it with a dirty flag is that we don't have to draw it every frame. We only have to draw it if it updates. Now, for most debug stuff, you probably are going to draw it every frame, but there will be the odd thing where you just want to set a value once as you're running through some code. So that's fine. 5930K. Okay. I mean, it's 5930 is still going to be all right. Because that's still an i7, right? It's the lower end of the i7s of that generation, I think. Yeah, I think that's probably going to be. It's probably all right. You've still got hyper threading on it. Don't know how many cores that is. 5960 is the top. Okay, yeah. GT710, 6-core, 12 thread. Yeah, see, that's still a lot. That's still pretty good, and that's going to be more than enough to do with 1080p for most things. 3090 is really? Have they gone up in price? Wow. I wouldn't be able to sell mine because it's well, I mean, I probably could, but I'd have to sell it to somebody who's going to water cool it because the original shroud is gone. I've binned that now, so I couldn't get it back on if I wanted to. It's all snapped and bent and stuff. So you sell your hashing power. See, for me, I would do that because I know I could make some money, but it was severely shortens the lifespan of your card. So I mean, it's probably all right with it being water cooled, but I still I paid so much for that card. I wouldn't want to ruin it. So okay. So now let's just write out in comments what we need to do here. So what we need to do is we need to go through each row one at a time. grabbing the data from here, from this display, translating it into a pointer into this font, and then drawing 8 lines of that font. Well, actually, it would be 7 lines. We're going to do 7 at a time. So let's write that out. So loop through the display, fetch next char to display, chart number to display, convert the chart number to char set lookup address. First thing we need to do here is set sprite. No, actually, it leaves through the display. We'll do that here. Okay. Fetch sprite sprite data lookup for current display position. And then draw 7 rows of char set item to sprite display. Repeat until okay. Let's just pull this over here like that. So I hope that makes sense what I'm going to try and do now. So we're going to loop through the display characters. So we're going to need a value to grab those. We're going to have some lookups. So we're going to need some 0 page values for this as well. So I'm going to go and grab the 0 page file here, and I'm going to put them in here. So this is going to be debug char set lookup. Let's just call it char lookup. Let's just call it like that. There we go. That's going to be a word, and then debug sprite lookup. So these need to be in 0 page because we're going to need to use indirect addressing to do this. So that's this, and that's this. These two dealt with. We also need to know how to generate this from our position. So let's use the X register to cycle through the loop basically. So this is where we're going to do the loop in here. I'm going to increase this and compare this to 24 times 3. Okay. So there's our loop. Our X register is the one that's working out where we are in the list. So now what we need to do is we need to create a sprite data lookup. So there's going to be 72 different positions that we can start drawing into the sprite set. So I'm going to actually create this table up here. We could calculate it, but I think it's for the sake of a debug thing, it's probably easier just to have a table for this. Really enjoying the Mega65 wine and Fanta tonight. Let's get a new Fanta in a minute. Right, so this is going to be a table of lookups into this array here. Well, not array, but lookups into this memory space here based on the display. Now, this I'm probably going to have to do this manually because unless I can spot a pattern as I go through. So obviously the first one is going to be sprite data because that is the very first position in the first sprite, and then let's put +0 on the end here. And then this is going to be +1, and then this is going to be +2. And that's our first sprite, and that's because the first column in each sprite is going to be at 0, 1, and 2. But then the next sprite is going to be the next row is going to be different. So I think this can actually be done with a for loop. Just thinking about it. So because here we need to have this is our sprite number, and this is our column number. So that would be the same here. Just trying to make this in a way that makes sense to kind of look at, because I'm gonna change this in a minute. And then this would be the next sprite, and so on. So you can see there is a pattern here. So I'm gonna go through this. So the pattern is going to be quite simple. It's going to be we're going to do 3 rows. And we're going to do 8 columns. Or well, it's sprites actually. So sprite less than. Oh, can't use that because that's a keyword now. Okay, so for each sprite we need to do this basically, which is we need to take the sprite number and I'm going to do these on separate rows so they're easy to read. Now this is also going to come to 72 different values. So okay, it's fine storing them as words. This is going to be easy. Okay, so this gives us the one for this one, but it doesn't deal with this bit here. So we also need to add here row times 7. And the reason we need not row times 7. This is going to actually be awkward. This is going to be row times 21. And the reason why it's times 21 is because the next row down for the next row of characters is 7 rows down. But because each sprite has 3 characters going across, that means it's 3 times 7 to get to the next byte that changes down there. So we need to add row times 21 here. Hopefully that makes sense. It does to me anyway. This tune sounds so much like Sam's Journey. In fact, I'm gonna see if I can find. I have no idea which one it is, but I'm gonna say it's that one. One of the Sam's Journey tunes sounds exactly like this tune. No, it wasn't that one, was it? Mm-mm. So I'm just going to put the same tune on there. It shouldn't do. Okay, so yeah, this is now creating the sprite lookups for each of those positions. Now, the character lookup we can just do manually. That's not going to be a huge problem because we've already set the import location to F800. In fact, I'm going to put this in here just because it makes more sense to decide that in here rather than in the main file. Let me skip this one. I want to find the right tune. No, that's not it either. Okay, one more. It's going to be one of these, right? That's the map screen, I think. Yeah, this is the one. Thanks, Anton. Cheers, man. Oh, actually, let's celebrate with the Mega65 wine. This isn't it either. Damn it. Never mind. Thank you very, very much. Appreciated. All goes to more wine, and more importantly, goes towards these things as well. Goes towards the giveaways. Incidentally, I don't know if Jolt's around. Your thing will be. You should be getting a dispatch message probably Monday for that. So apologies for the delay on that. I'm going to try and get ahead of that in future. Oh, wait, hang on. No, Mythical Duck was close. I'm going to say what is right at the end. So this was a game that showcased the toggling of colors very good on the C64. It is Dragon Breed. Okay, so we're looping through the display. That's what this is doing here. Fetch the next chart number to display. Okay, so that's pretty easy. We can just grab that from display, comma X. It's fine. So now we have that value. Now that value needs to be multiplied by 8, and then that value needs adding to F000. So the way we do this is quite simple, really. We have these 0-page values, which hopefully you can see there. Yeah. So we start by resetting those. So I'm going to do this here. We reset the upper byte first, and then we store the actual value that we get from the display in the lower byte. So now we have the index value. Now we need to multiply that by 8. If we didn't have more than 32 characters, then we wouldn't need to bother with the upper setting the upper byte at all. But we do have more than that, so we do need to. Oh damn it! We do need to have. We do need to deal with this as a 16-bit doubling, basically. So the way we do this is pretty simple. We shift. Actually, we can do it without storing that value yet. So what we can do is we shift this value in the accumulator, and then we roll this value here. And what that does is it shifts this one, and if there's any carryover, it rolls it into this. Do that 3 times, that will give us times 8. And then we can store that lower one here. And then the only other thing we need to do is we just need to add F8 to this value here. So the easiest way of doing this is to okay, cool. So now we have the exact char that we need to grab from memory. So that's pointing to a character in here. I'll convert char number to char lookup address. That's what I just did. So there you go. Fetch sprite data lookup for current display position. Okay, so we've got this table of words here, and we have a position in X already. So what we need to do is, first of all, we need to transfer X to the accumulator, and then we need to double it. The reason we need to double it is because we're using words, not bytes. And transferring it back to the Y register because I don't want to ruin I don't want to bash the X register. I want to keep the X register as it is. So, so now I should be able to load the accumulator with sprite lookup, comma Y. And if I do it like this, it's nice and easy. Then I store that at 0-page debug sprite lookup plus 0. And there we go. So that's our sprite lookup done. Now all we need to do is we need to fetch from one and store in the other. So we're going to set the y to 0 again here. I'm going to do a small loop here. We're going to load the accumulator with our debug char lookup. So we're going to grab char lookup data and we're going to store it at sprite lookup data. And then we're going to increase y, compare y to 07. In fact, we can do this backwards. There's no need for us to do this forwards. Just simplifies this section a little bit. There we go, and that should repeat until it's done. So hopefully when this starts, what we should see is those white boxes at the bottom should turn into the letter A all the way across, if it's worked. I mean, it's a lot of code to just dump in without running it, so we shall see. But I'm fairly confident that that's gonna be okay. I mean, it isn't the most efficient way of doing it at all. I'm using tables, so it's relatively efficient, but there is probably better ways to do this. But for a debug panel, it's absolutely fine. If you wanted to make this more efficient, you could spend some time optimizing it. So, for instance, on Luma, on the completion, that's all sprites. The scrolling credits that go up is all sprites, so that has to be done relatively efficiently because it needs multiplexing and updating as well. So, okay, that didn't actually get to this point here for some reason. Dirty flag is set, yes. Okay, so what I'm going to quickly do, I'm just going to put a jump in here. So I'm just going to jump to this position. If the thing freezes, then I know I've hit this point. Hey, old school coder, how you doing? Cheers, my man. Oh, just a reminder as well, guys. The Cassette 50 competition is ending in 2 weeks' time. So it does pause there, so we are getting to that point. So can I please ask you to make sure that your entries are submitted? And by submitted, I mean that you send them to either myself, or preferably to in fact, yes, not to, don't send them to me because I will get mixed up with them all. Send them to Zappy at RVG. I believe the email to send them to is in the instructions. But I've only got, so he sent me 9 games that had been sent to him, and that's it. But there's like 49 games there, so please make sure you send them because I do need to verify them. As I said on the last stream, I don't think any games will not appear on the tape if they I don't think any games will not appear on the tape if they fail validation. They'll still appear on the tape, but they just won't be eligible for winning the competition. So be me implementing it. Are you doing AMK points? Oh yeah, I saw actually. You said yeah, because I'm. That's why I said on the AMK points that well now you mention it because I had actually when you were talking about it, I had done it at the weekend. So there was a little bug in it though, but yeah, they're there. They're only Andy has points at the moment. Uh, okay, so we're definitely reaching this point, but we don't seem to be putting anything uh into the right position in here. So I'm not sure why that would be. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put a jump in here. So the gate is going to pause again, but I can go and check these values in memory. And hopefully they point to the right places. So oh, thank you for the purchase, Anton t-shirt. Yeah, you can't go wrong with a Praise Be the Spiral t-shirt. Very good, quite decent quality as well. So appreciated, and thanks Andy for spamming the link as well. I know he's a good little mod. He's Andy. Um, as I say, all proceeds go towards well for this year at least anyway go towards these Nexus A7 boards because they're not cheap. They're about £250 more or less once I pay for shipping and VAT and stuff. And then on top of that, there is additional custom charges. So I'm I'm deliberately undervaluing them on the customs form because I'm not putting the boxes in there, so they don't come wrapped. They come they come in these custom cases, so they look homemade. Um, so I'm just valuing them at £50, even though they're worth 250. I'm valuing them at 50 because the tariff into Europe is extortionate. They wanted, if I valued it at 250, they wanted £75 customs charges. So I thought, right, screw that. I'm going to value it at £50, and we'll just do it that way. So, but I will cover customs charges as well. So, um, thank fuck we're out. No, it's because we're out that we're being shafted by it. That's the problem. But I think you know that anyway. Yeah, I'm kind of frustrated by it. It's the one thing that's more than anything has really affected me. Because I used to send things to to you guys and other people in Europe, and also import things from Europe as well. And now it's just it's so extortionately expensive to import anything of value into Europe. It's insane. So yeah, so it's a pain, but I need to adapt to it a little bit. But I don't know what we're going to do next year, by the way. So this Mega 65 thing is only going to run till December, and then after December, I don't know what we'll do. Depending on what the kind of the stream income is at the end of the year, I'll maybe think about doing another kind of year long promotion of something. Not sure what, but we'll figure it out. Don't want to win anymore. Shall we bang tolls and tires? Yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's all paid for by the stream. It is. It's not. If it costs me anything out of pocket, it's a couple of quid. It's not. Um, it's not much more than that. I think for the most part, though, the stream is absolutely covering it. Um, so that's absolutely fine. I'm not losing any money. The worst case scenario is I have to buy my wine for a month, which is it's wine. I should be buying my own wine for a month. That's fine. Oh no, I have to buy my own wine for a month. Um, Next month's going to be fun because I think next month I'm gonna make you guys do a game again, but this time or either a game or a demo. I'm not decided yet, but this time in assembly for the emulator. Should in theory be a lot easier than the basic one as long as you know assembly, obviously. But sign up to any of the subwire things. I should actually sign up to one of those. Okay, let's check out where these things are in memory. So this is where we're grabbing. Oh, actually, it doesn't tell me where that is in memory. It just. Oh yeah, it does. There you go. 4A. Okay. Okay. So. Oh. Okay. Oh, there we go. That's not what I was getting at all. It's fine. It's fine. But thank you very, very much, Andy. And I wouldn't drink Lambrusco if you paid me. Oh God. Thank you, Amok, as well. Cheers. Cheers, my man. Um Okay, well, I've got no excuse, right? I've got to buy a good bottle of wine for next week. I will do. Okay, so looking at these values, should be loading from FA00 sorry, from F808, which is indeed the character A, into FA00, which I believe should be that first sprite up here. this one here. So let me just see where sprite data is in there. Sprite data is FA00. Okay, so this should be loading absolutely fine every time. Oh, I know why. It's because see, this was an easy AMK points here. If anybody had noticed that I loaded twice. Too slow. Easy AMK points there. That was the joke. I think the first video I watched was the Iridium disassembly stream. Okay, cool. I like the game disassembly streams. I haven't done one for a while. Yeah, I might start doing more of those again at some point. I need to get these games out of the way though. But I would like to do some more. Thank you, Anton. Okay, the next week's bottle of wine is getting more and more expensive as we go along. But yeah, I might start once I kind of clear up Saturday and Tuesday. I might start dotting in a couple of dissect streams here and there again as well, because I did enjoy those as well. As long as I properly prepare for them. So, but yeah, the cassette 50 competition is running out of time. Link is there in the chat. You have got about 2 weeks left to enter that. We're up to 49 games at the moment, which means I've got one hell of a job to patch them all for tape. So it's even more time I need to spend doing that. But that's fine. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for all the bits. Very much appreciated. You're all far too kind. Local wage has some really nice wine, but it can be tens of quids per bottle. I might get a bottle of Chateau Pat de Neuf or whatever it's called, because I really enjoyed that last time. It was very, very tasty. Okay, let me rerun this now. I think this should be okay now. Neuf de Pat, that's it. And it was one or the other, and it had a pap and a neuf in it. Oh, why is that not? So I made an error somewhere. Oh no, I've got this open. I've got to remember to shut this. Nerf the Pope. The Pope is proper OP. Okay, so okay, so I know what I've done wrong here. So can anybody spot what I might have done wrong here? I'll give you a clue. I'm going to do it this way around. Okay, I'm going to tell you. It's I should have been incrementing this by 3 each time, not 1, because it's not each row of a char is not 1 byte away, it's 3 bytes away because it's inside of a sprite. So someone's speaking to a wine guy who's mounting tables from a wine bottle on a card. The table was worth, and the wine was 90, and the guy in the casino had drunk 3 bottles. Like a bottle of Chateau and the fat firelight away when it starts around. Okay, that's still not working though. Why is that not working? Okay, this isn't working because what we actually need to do is we need 2 different counters here. So we need one to grab the char data and one to store the char data. Thank you for the bits on Ridge. Appreciated. Cheers. So almost there. Oh yeah, branch if not equal as well. Thank you. Do you have? I'm going to give. Do you have 5 points for that? Well spotted. Just because we need to get someone else on the table, so definitely worth a 5-pointer there. Well spotted. Thank you, finitely Craig, for the follow. Appreciated. We have a very good wine here from the Rhine River area, £2, €2 a bottle. Very tasty. I prefer late collections. Hey, there we go. We've got A's all across. So there we go. We've now got a display. So hopefully now we just need to create the conversion here as well. So I'm going to make a macro in here. I'm going to call it debug text, and it's going to take a string. Thank you for the gift sub to Tobor Prime, Orange. Thank you very much, and welcome to the subs, Tobor. Gem of a suggestion from Twitch. Oh, I got suggested by Twitch. That's very nice. I don't think I've known that to happen yet, but then again, I don't sit around looking to see if I've been suggested, so it's very much appreciated. Oh, I got a hype train emote as well. Thank you very much. Very much appreciated, guys. Really, really appreciated. Right, so the final thing we need to do is we need a way to convert text that's written in well, it's an encoding switch from the PETSCII value to this font value. So the PETSCII value is okay up to this point, and then it changes. So we basically need to know, is it a number? If it's a number, then we need to change the value to this, to 1B. So first of all, actually this needs to be a string, doesn't it? I've done it. I've already done this for something, haven't I? I've already done this, so I'm going to copy the routine because I can't remember exactly how to deal with the strings in Kick Assembler macroing. So I think I did it in here. I think I did it for this, and it would have been intro title screen maybe. Yes, here we go. So there is this macro txt. I don't know where that lives. It's not that. It's not that. Is it maybe in macros? Do I have a macros utils? Here we go. Oh, okay, it's that simple. All right, let me just copy that. Oh wait, no, there is two. Okay, it's made up of two macros. Okay. So basically there is a conversion here, and then I put this here like that. And then what's this about s equals? What's that? I don't think that's been used. So I can get rid of that. Okay, yeah, so it's just adds bytes, and we don't need the termination value here either. Okay, so this would be space. Actually, no, space is 0, isn't it? So if val is 20, then this would be here. So that's return space. This would be, oops, A to Z, which is just the same. That doesn't change. So I'm going to leave that. And then numbers 0 to 9 would be like that. And then there's some other characters as well, which I'm not going to bother with right now, but we can fix them as well quite easily later on. So it's going to create those macros, and then hopefully that means in here what I can do is I can then do debug text, and then hopefully I can just write some text in here. So if I did what do we want to actually check at the moment? So we're checking sprite pointers, aren't we? So let's just try type in sprite pointer. Now actually we get 24 characters across, so that should fit hopefully in that first area. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. And then that would obviously be 16 there. No, sorry, 24 times 2. There you go. Well, the same value, but just calculated differently. Some idiot trolls him all the time. Recommended channels working plans. Yeah, there we go. So you can see we can write stuff in the bottom now. So this is perfect. This gives us a way of debugging stuff now using the sprites. So we can extend this if we want. We can multiplex the sprites and use more rows, but three is probably enough for what we want to do. It doesn't really need to be much more than that. So what I can do here, for instance, is I can set up some rows here of information that I want. As default kind of positions, and then set these as kind of numbers that I can then poke to later on, or kind of set values in poke to. I'm not using basic. Okay, so with that in mind, I'm going to take a quick break, 5-minute break, just while I stretch my legs and stuff, and probably get a fresh can of Fanta because this one's going to run out very soon. And when I come back, we'll go back to the animation and make that work, and hopefully we will be able to use this debug panel at the bottom to be able to figure out how to kind of best kind of debug this properly on the fly, so we can count things properly. This retro game dev must be getting into my head. I had a dream where I was excited because I had 12 sprites multiplexed. Okay, cool. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. Be right back. I'll leave you with a quiz. Oh, the quiz is going to start anyway, so I'm going to beat to it. There you go. Right, be right back. I'm back. No one ever gets the PlayStation ones. I think there's going to be like 4 or 5 games that we get on the PlayStation ones. They're hard. It shows just how old and retro we are that we consider PlayStation probably not that retro, really. You got one PS1. Which one did you get? Let me stop that break. Okay. Okay, let's it helps if you've heard of it, played it, or seen it. Yeah. Oh, Tomb Raider. Yeah. Yeah, it does make it is kind of hard. It's like I said on the last stream. I think with PlayStation, there were so many games that just were kind of low quality. They pushed out a lot of games on that system. There was a lot of good games on it, but there was a lot of kind of low quality junk that kind of came out as well. I remember watching a documentary once about PlayStation when they were doing the PS1, and um, how Sony games themselves worked. And it was literally they just had a couple of floors of coders and designers, and it was like one coder, one designer, one musician for each game, and they would basically they would pitch an idea for a game, and then the code like a designer or somebody would pitch an idea for a game, and it would just go in the backlog of games to be made. And then a coder would code it, a designer would draw something for it, and the musician would make something. And they would just churn out these kind of semi kind of crap games, basically, under the Sony label. Very interesting to watch. I'd not seen game studios work like that since like the very kind of old retro titles where you would have like maybe one coder working on the Commodore games, for instance. You would generally just have one coder working on them and one designer and stuff. But for PlayStation games, that seemed odd, but they seem to churn out quite a lot. I'd love to find that documentary again. Actually, it's a really interesting watch. But yeah, the quality of the games was awful. But because they were rushing them out as well. It wasn't. It was never about making quality games. It was making quantity games. So. Okay, so let's take a look. We need to debug now. So what I was looking at, so I can close this debug. Well, actually, I'll keep the debug panel open over here. Start closing some of these pages down that I don't need. Don't need that. Don't need that. Definitely don't need that. Keep that open. I'll keep that open, and I'll put the debug panel over this side as well. Okay, so in the animation section, get rid of those. The bit I was focused on was this down here. I wanted to see what this Z value was being written to. So the way I'm going to do this, because what this is doing one per sprite pointer. So I'm going to actually take that value and I'm going to write it into a memory in the debug panel. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to clear this bottom line out. I'm just going to use that line, and this is going to keep it completely clear, and then we can just put any numbers in we want here. So what I want to know is the first number that goes in, where does that end up? And then the second number, where does that end up? So this value that's in Z here. Now I would expect this number to be not changing. Well, it should be different on the left and right all the time. So, but it looks like if I do this enough, they get to be the same. So I want to make sure that that's not the case. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this location here. So debug panel.display. I'm going to store Z in it. So I'm going to do that at this point here. So this is our debug. I'm just going to wrap it like this so so it sticks out like a sore thumb, so I can know to remove it. I'm going to store that at debug panel.display. Where I'm going to store that at debug panel.display. Comma y, I guess. Let's work out what y is coming from. So that is okay. Yeah, this is going to cycle through the entire animation. So okay, let's see what that does. Can I do store z comma y? I don't know if I can do that in this. I still need to get used to what operations are allowed and are not allowed. Store z. No, I can do store z comma x. I can't do store z comma y. Okay. Okay, that's fine. I can do this here in this case. Transfer Z to the accumulator, and then store accumulator comma y. So what I'm hoping to see here is all the numbers that make up the animation, both sides of the animation, implemented all the way across the top line of this this display. So if you look at the animation, we've got these values. So I would expect to see these values. Now it's going to look, they're going to look like A, B, C, whatever. It's not going to be numbers, but hopefully they're all different. That's the main thing we're looking for, is that all the values are different. Now, the first one will be a space actually. So what I'm going to do is in, what's it in here? I'm going to add one to it. So this will actually be A, B, C, D, and so on. So hopefully that what we'll see is those values all the way across the bottom there, all the way up to 15, which will be, it'd be P, I think, in zero indexed alphabet. So 16th letter of the alphabet, P. Yeah, all right. Oh, wrong button. There we go. Oh god, that is a terrible joke. Okay, we're only seeing BC. I don't know why it's not drawing all the way across, but it's still BC in both directions. Okay, let's just work out what's going on there, because it should be displaying all of them here. But maybe I've misunderstood what's being set here. So where is the Y register started? Okay, sprite start index. Oh, okay. So okay, this is not the this is the actual this is the actual sprite value itself. So actually it should be this here. So I'm just gonna do this instead. Okay, well that's kind of good, because that's pointing to the fact that we're setting sprite 1 and 2. Actually, that doesn't make sense, but okay, so we just need to take the value from there. Oh, see, this is gonna display everything. So I need to think about how to do this. That joke was not very appealing. Christmas cracker quality, yeah. I think that's been generous for Shimmerbot, to be honest. Shimmerbot can only do good jokes when they're programming related, and I don't know if that's just because as a programmer I just kind of laugh at jokes that I maybe shouldn't laugh at. Oh, what's that? Does that need a space? Really? Wow, I think I've just found a bug in my oh no, that's not you can't do store comma Z. Okay. Okay, I've got an idea. So what we should be able to do here is just do it comma Y. Because all I'm interested in is what's being shown at one particular frame. I can pause the execution, I believe, using M65 Connect. So I can actually pause and see what's happening. Okay, so first thing to note is that we're getting that I know, it's because we're adding one. Let's get rid of the let's just subtract one again when we're done. I should sort that out. All right. But you see the values A and B at the bottom, they're not changing. Which is very interesting, because animation lookup should be grabbing this value in here. Which they should be incrementing, they should be changing all the time, but they're not for some reason. Does the actually no, I don't think it does. Actually, I think I did believe it did for a while, but I think I was looking at another 6502 variant that does have that, but I don't think it does. I thought it had an INA instructions, or maybe hang on, let me just check. Maybe there is a way of doing it. I might have. Oh yes, it does. It has ink A. It's literally you just do ink. Yeah. Okay. Dirty flag. Ah, yes. Dirty flag is being reset, isn't it? GHAF. I'm gonna give you 10 for that. That was good. That was good, man. Andy, you've got competition here, my man. Why have I started saying my man? I don't know where that's come from. Five set COVID test, test all at once, result 2 negative, 2 positive, 1 pregnant. That's a really good point. So that means I can probably do, I believe this is just going to work. That's cool if that just works. For some reason, I thought it was that, and that's why I was buzzed. I was convinced that it was there, and then it wasn't there. Like I'd seen it, but in something else. So okay, so dirty flag is what we need to set. I just need to make sure this works because, yeah. So okay, that's cool. So the problem is here is that the dirty flag is being set in here all the time. So what we need to do is we need to, whenever we do this, we also need to increment. That should ensure that they're updated properly. Now, obviously, this is gonna flick like crazy in the bottom, but uh, oh god, I was these jokes, man. These jokes. Oh dear. Oh dear. Whatever. Okay, cool. So hopefully now, if I go into here, so one of the instructions you can type in is, I think it's T0, or is it T1? T1, there you go. And T0 restarts as well. I don't know exactly what it stands for, but it's a way of pausing execution. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get to the point where it's broken like that, and then we're going to do T1 again. Okay, so that looks fine. KL, in reverse, so they're flipped, so that's correct. And we should see the right way around here. CD. Okay, so that means this is actually working, which means the change sprite is doing something weird. So let's go into sprite cache. Okay, sprite cache. So our value should be in the accumulator. What I don't understand is why does it happen once we've turned around once or twice? That's the bit that confuses me the most. So the values at this point are correct, so I can get rid of that. I'll keep that in there, but we don't need it anymore. So that means this value that gets passed in as the Y register source frame index here seems to be wrong for some reason. Is there anywhere in here where it's just returning? There is. Compare old index with the new index. Wait, hang on. Why are we... Okay, so we take our index, our old index, and store it. Then we work out the new index. Yeah, the sprite cache system is broken, isn't it? So I think this is what's happening here. So let me just put that in here. We shouldn't see a problem. We shouldn't see this border flashing, I don't think. Let's just see what happens in normal play. And then comparing it. Is it corrupting the index in the image pointers? I'm not sure. I think something is going weird in the caching here. So it's something to do with these here. I'm not entirely sure. Is 15, 16 times, in which case it equals 0. Oh, this is just for. I mean this is a hard coded value. It's an immediate hard coded value. So the fact that it works fine the first time around, but not the second time, means it can't possibly be that. Oops, don't know why I unpinned that. Oh god damn it! I've just closed it down now. Old school bug hunt. Yeah, indeed. Um, it definitely has to be something to do with the caching system. And I'm not surprised because the caching system was kind of written pretty much without ever running it until we got right to the end, and then it was ran. And it's a lot of code. You know, it's 200 lines to almost 300 lines of code. Yeah, just short 300 lines of code. 300 if you include the DMA at the end. Okay, so that is flashing, and the reason that's flashing is because that piece is being hit all the time. Not that one. This one's being hit all the time. And the reason that's happening is because the frame rate is meaning that it's only updating once every 8 frames. So for 7 frames, it is the same index. So in that case, that's not a good thing to test. But you can see that it goes. It's fine if I run this way. Never breaks. Both sprites are cached correctly on that side. If I turn that way, it's also fine. All I've done is set the H flip, which just changes the path through this this draw function, this kind of pointer function. But then the moment I go back, it breaks again, and I'm not entirely sure why. Now this could be because it's running out of cache room or something. Which let me think about that. Right, so if we've got no, it shouldn't matter. Actually, it shouldn't matter. Okay, okay, I might simplify the caching system a little bit. So it's just rebuild it to get rid of that. So what I'm thinking for now is to take the caching system and change it ever so slightly. So when we go to change sprite, instead of finding the next sprite, it's going to fetch the source frame, but only if it's not the same. So it comes to this one here. See here we're doing this decrease old frames usage count. No, don't want to do this. So let's try and simplify a lot of it where possible. Is the new frame already cached? Okay, this isn't going to matter as well. So what am I going to do? I'm going to cache old index. Don't care about this at all. Which means I don't care about that either. Which means I'm also not going to care about whether the sprite is actually cached at the moment. And that means that if the sprite isn't cached, then that's not going to happen. So it means we're always going to try and find a sprite. And now that is basically going to be find a free sprite. Okay. So I think what I'm going to do here instead, that's RRB sprites -1. Okay. Where is max RRB sprite say? Is that in constants? Nope. Where is that say? Is that, have I got that set in here? No. Okay. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is force it to always find another sprite. Let's see if we force it to be our animation. I'm trying to what I'm trying to figure out is where is that and where is that actually being set? Hang on. Okay, that's set here, 64. Okay. Okay. This is all right because when we come into here, Y is our source frame index, our target sprite index. So X here, this value, we can probably use that if it's not being used anywhere else down here, which it doesn't look like it is. Then I can do this, I think. And that's going to force us to use whatever the sprite index is to be the cache index. So basically, the cache just relates directly to the index number. And because we're not actually doing cache index, comma what, cache usage, don't care about that. I'm not sure what this is. Cache, it's a piece cache index. I should have. Oh, cache index. Okay. Okay, that's. I mean, that can kind of remain the same, so that would just be cancelled out there, and then hopefully from there that will still run. So let's give that a try. I think what I need to do is have a rethink of the sprite caching system. But I'm going to have a think about that off stream and do that another time. Okay, so our sprite's still working. It works this way. Hey, there we go. Okay, so it's to do with the cache usage. So that's actually fixed it. The only problem is now is that these sprites, although I'd already turned it off anyway, these sprites are always being fetched. Every single frame is being fetched, and basically, even if your frame is already being used, so say I had two of these on screen, two of these animations, and they were perfectly synced together, so they were both showing exactly the same frame at a time, even though that frame had already been fetched and cached for this sprite into slots 0 and 1, because this is animation 0 and 1. Because we've now linked the animation sprite slots to the cache slots, another version of this sprite would still have to fetch those values again. So you wouldn't gain any benefit from using the same sprites. But this is fine. This is enough for me to make it work. So the next thing I want to do is stop this vertical jerking. This is quite easy. This is a render thing. You can see there's a little bit of glitching at the top of the screen, but I think that's just to do with how many layers we're trying to move at the same time. So you see how it's smooth that way. I need to smooth it this way as well, and then I think we're pretty good. Okay, so Sprite Cache has had a huge chunk taken out of it, but that's fine. I mean, it's not a performance issue at the moment. If we need more performance, we can get more performance out of it. And I think I would like to visit this before this is really. So the idea of, as I said the other day with this, is that this um, this framework is being used to make the Perseus game. But the idea will be is probably round about the middle of the year, once I get most of the core framework nailed down, I'll release an initial kind of open source version of it that you guys can begin to use. Um, I don't want to release it now because it's still kind of very much work in progress and it's going to change an awful lot. So, but it will have things like floppy disk IO, SD card IO, which I still need to implement. It will have the layer system that you can see here with the background and the parallax and stuff, as well as the tools, the scripts to extract that from Sprite. It will have the raster rewrite buffer sprite system, so the thing that makes up these sprites, these animations. So you will have room for like 256 raster rewrite buffer sprites. Then there will be the animation system, which kind of consolidates those raster rewrite buffer sprites into groups and creates these animations and allows you to configure those. There will also be obviously the debug panel stuff. There will probably be some sound libraries and things. So there'll be like a full set of things to do and an example game in it as well. It won't be Perseus, it will be something else. I will throw together something very, very basic. It won't be a game, but it will be an example of how to set the layers up and use them in some way, shape, or form. Okay. On that note, let's try and fix this this vertical movement, because it's while the map itself moves nice and smoothly up and down, the sprites don't. And the reason why the sprites don't is because, as I mentioned on Thursday, the map itself. Sorry, let me just pour this wine. I'm quite thirsty. Say wine, it's wine and Fanta. Um, so when the map moves horizontally, it's done by moving the layers. So each layer has an X position, which you can set hardware wise. So it's like a hardware scroll, but you can move the entire layer, pretty much a full screen all the way across if you want. And it's just because the raster rewrite buffer, you can set where to start drawing on the screen. It's called the go to X value for a rewrite. And so I can set the X anywhere across the screen, which means I can set each layer individually. And it means that the sprite layer can stay static on the top and not move while everything else is moving. And so we get a nice smooth movement of the background, but the sprite stays still. Vertically, however, that there is no such thing as a go-to Y because rasters move horizontally across the screen. You can't move back up the screen and go back up a line. You can go back across the screen by buffering the line ahead of time, which is why it's called the raster rewrite buffer. But you can't do it with the Y register because it's already drawn those lines. That would be like a raster double buffering system, where the entire screen's rasters are double buffered ahead of time, which would introduce lag anyway, which wouldn't be nice. It'd be like at least a frame of lag. So instead, we have to use the hardware Y scroll, which is exactly the same Y scroll that we used to using on the C64. It's just implemented in a slightly different way, but it's essentially doing the same thing. So it's moving, in this case, 16 pixels at a time, and then redrawing the map whenever it reaches a 16 pixel boundary and needs to be redrawn. But it means that every single layer is moving at the same time, including the sprite layer. So what you see is the sprite moves 16 pixels and then jerk into its old position again. So um, that's why it's a problem in this case. Great explanation. Thank you. I was a bit worried. I'm starting to get a bit drunk, so I was wondering if it was going to be a bit wishy washy. But I think that pretty much covers it. Okay, so in order to fix this, what we need to do is when the sprites are positioned, and they should be positioned every frame, I believe. Set position here. This should be happening every frame. I just need to check that actually. Set new pointers. Is this doing every frame? I just need to see. Okay. Attribute enable. Yeah, if it's enabled, compare speed to counter, no frame advance. Frame advance. Okay, yeah, so it is doing these every frame. So that means this position needs to take into account the screen scroll position. So that's quite easy. That should be in the layers somewhere. I can't remember exactly where it is in the layers, but it will be in here somewhere. So I just need to find where that is and utilize that. Here we go. Layer Y, fine. So the only layer we care about is actually the layer Y fine is going to be the same for them all, because we can't set individual layer positions. So we can set coarse positions for the map, obviously, but we can't set fine positions because, as I said, they're all locked. So these fine positions are actually the same on them all. But I just need to work out where that Y value is being implemented. It should be, so if we look in main in here, there will be set layer scrolls. Here we go. So there's going to be a function called set layer scrolls in here, which works out what position to set everything to. Reposition those. Here we go. Okay, so it uses a control layer. So we have the concept. I mean, it really doesn't matter here, but I'm guessing the control layer is the one that's being used. So the layers are, you can think of them as tile maps from in here in Charpad. They work exactly the same, except they've come from Sprite instead of Charpad. So I use this. That's not it. That's Turrican. Just try and find the map. Hang on. I can't remember which map it is now at all. Oh, it's that one. There we go. So the way it works is this map consists of various layers, which are these layers in here. So you can see them if I turn them on and off in here. You can see how everything turns on. So if I turn the background on, this is the very far background, which you can see. Then the midground, sorry, the second background, then the first midground, second midground, then the foreground as well. There is a HUD as well, but I've removed that from there. And you can see in the layer setup, if I go to layer config in here, you'll see those names match as well. BG2, BG, MG2, MG2. They match these layers with the exception of foreground for some reason, but it should match. Now that means we can just draw something as Sprite with different layers, and they'll be imported as different layers. But then what we need to do is we need to be able to have a layer which is deemed a control layer. And what I mean by control layer is this is the layer that is the one that you're moving around. You don't want to have to move all 6-7 layers individually. You want to kind of tie them together automatically. So you define a control layer. You do that in here by setting the property control for whatever layer you're on. So we're setting the foreground layer called FG. We're setting its control to true. By default, a layer is false. If you set a control layer to true, then every other layer has a scroll factor which is attached to it, which means a scroll factor means for every 2 pixels that the control layer moves, I'm going to move by 1 pixel. So the middle ground 2 moves half the speed. The middle ground 1 moves at a third of the speed, and then this one moves at a quarter of the speed, and so on and so on. And the background is static, as a value of 0 means we never move. So you see the sky itself stays completely static where the other layers go. So this is a really easy way of creating the parallax layers, and this is part of the engine that I'm going to provide. Just basically allows you to very easily define parallax levels as well, and also to wrap things as well. So you'll see in here that these background pieces finish here. They just wrapped, basically. They just textures that get wrapped, and you can set that in here as well. So you set wrap X, and it will just keep repeating it. So I can keep walking this way, and I'll never run out of background. That will just keep looping round. So you can see the tools are already there. Very easy to use. So anyway, the reason I wanted to show you that was because what we need to do is in where was it now? Not in main. If I open the wrong thing here, here's control. Oh, God damn it! Where was it? Oh, layers. Yeah, it was layers. Okay. Yeah. So when we move, when we set the layer scrolls for the Y position, we just take the control layer's Y fine value. So this is what we're going to use to adjust the sprites here as well. So I'm going to take these values here. I'm going to copy these into our animations. Here's our position here. So we only care about the Y position here. Everything else can be absolutely the same. So it's just this value here. This is the only one we need to change here. What we need to do basically is we need to add this value in here. Now, the reason why I'm subtracting twice is because with the scroll, the raster is actually 2 rasters per line, not 1 raster. So on the C64, you have 1 line of pixels, and that's 1 raster as it goes across. On the Mega65, you actually have 2 rasters per line when you're in this graphics mode. So when you're in 320 by 200, you get 2 rasters per line. That's because there is a 640 by 400 mode. So basically, you get the top half of a line and the bottom half of a line. In 640 by 400, it would just be 1 per line, but because we're in 320 by 200, we get 2. And so we have to adjust the Y twice. The Y scroll is 16 lines per 8 pixels high character. So, but we don't need that for sprites because sprites are not the same. So we just do that, and this gives us a value in the accumulator, and we should, in theory, just be able to add that animation Y now. Either add it or we need to subtract this value from it. I can't remember which way around it's going to be. So let's try running that and see how that works. Sorry, waffling a lot. I mean, I feel in a kind of explainy mood, but I want you guys to feel comfortable with this engine as well. So I really do want this to be something that people are happy to use. And I will create lots of documentation for this as well. But obviously, the more I can explain now, then the more you'll get it, and the more hopefully you'll see the use of it, the power of it as well. Why is that not loading? Control layer number. Oh, okay. Is that actually outside? Control layer number 8 is outside. Okay. But I think I think this engine will be very powerful. I'd like to find a way to do vertical parallax neatly as well. Okay, you do like it. Okay, fair enough. I do wonder because I do waffle sometimes. So okay, that was the wrong way around then. Because now it's moving way more than it was before. So instead, what I probably need to do is I probably need to subtract this value from it. So I'm going to try that. There's a few different ways this could be, and I bet it's going to be like the third or the fourth version that I get it right on. Oh, look, it's kind of destroyed that. Oh, it's destroyed it because I'm using set carry flag there. There you go. That's interesting. Okay, so okay, this is a little bit different then. What I need to do is I do need this like that. Actually, let me try just before I do that. Let me try. Hang on. If I add that value, it's going to move down the screen. So hang on. If I move the screen up 7, then I need to add. Oh, okay. Maybe it was right, just like this. It's going to be the last one I try. I know it because there's 4 different ways that this could be, and I've tried 3 of them, and I bet it's the last one. Bet it's the last bloody one. Okay. Okay. Fine. Fine. Also, I'm a bit worried that there is such a big glitch there. It would imply that it's good old fashioned. Yeah, right. Keep changing it. Yeah, that's basically what I'm doing at the moment. I think what I need to do is I need to hang on. If I'm set the control, so if that value is higher, so I've tried subtracting it, I've tried adding it, and now I need to do the same, but with this value here. Okay, so uh, I mean, this is kind of ridiculous. Actually, there is another way to do this as well, and I think I bet I end up doing that. And that needs to be 10, not 20. Okay. Is that right? 10? Yeah. Okay. 10, not 20. Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. The problem is that the problem is that the oh, damn it. Last one. I probably need to write this down in a minute. This is where my brain does start kind of getting fuzzy with alcohol when I have to do maths in my head. Yeah, it should be the same as the control layer. But it kind of needs to be the opposite of what the control layer is doing. So if the control layer has moved up to, you need to move the sprite down to. Yeah, which is that's correct, but there is one frame of error in that. You can see it's kind of there is one frame where it flashes out of control a little bit. Now that could just be due to the updates here. Because we're setting the repositioning the layer and setting the layer scrolls here before after the sprites are controlled and drawn and update and stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the sprites down to here instead, and hopefully that should clear that. So this is just due to the order of functions. So ooh, what's that? Oh, there. This is where the raster rebyte buffer does strange things if you do things at the wrong time. So that's not working. What is this? I'm gonna have to skip this. That's kind of whining in my ear. I'm not sure what that is. Let's try doing it here. So this is purely about the no, animations update is there. Hang on, where was this before? Okay, this was there. Animations update. So do I need to do that? Control update. Control, move horizontal, move vertical, move vertical. Where's the move vertical? Oh, move vertical. Yes, okay. It's probably a lot less than I thought. It's just because the control is happening before anything is was happening after some things, but before other things. So I have a bottle of wine, please, Andy. There we go. Cool. Yeah, so that was just because the control which actually updates the Wi-Fi was happening after the animations had been updated. So the layers were being redrawn, but it wasn't until the next frame that we were seeing the thing update. So there we go. I mean, obviously it craps out when you go this way because you reach the edge of the map, but there you go. We can see that we have a sprite flipping and moving around the screen. So that now means that the sprite system is independent of the layers. So you can actually treat the animations now like they were hardware sprites. So as for all intents and purposes, the animation system is an advanced sprite system now. In fact, it's better than the hardware sprites because we've got things like flipping and animation controls built in and stuff. So this is pretty neat. I'm kind of pleased with that. Okay, I'm going to use the debug panel now to put some new stuff in. So I'm going to put the map X and Y position, or the control layer, the X and Y position in the bottom, because that will be useful later on. I think that's pretty good to put in. Thank you for the follow, Kig F and Beef Viper. Beef Viper, I like that. There's something kind of, I don't know, there's something kind of slightly rude sounding about that, but I don't know why. I don't know why. It sounds like it's rude for some reason. I like it. It's funny. So yeah, that's pretty much the sprite system done now. At least enough for me to be able to carry on with the game. So that gives us sprites, layers, floppy loading at the moment. So this is already shaping up to be tube steak plus trouser snake. Beef Viper, a porn name. Yeah, that does sound like a porn name. Or yeah, something like that. Okay, cool. So let's use the debug panel to add those things in. So we can get rid of these frame updates here. Don't need that anymore. That doesn't need to be there anymore either. And these don't need to be there anymore. Okay, cool. So as we go on and on, this main loop will hopefully kind of not grow by very much, and then eventually we'll pull bits of the main loop out and turn them into actual game loop sections. Because at the moment, this is really just a temporary kind of loop that we've set up just to ensure that, well, first of all, it's being run in this horrible way with the checking of the raster down at this point. I mean, it does the job, but it's not ideal. Um, and secondly, it's in this main file there, which is really should just be a bootstrap to load the game up, maybe set the palettes, and that's about it. Import some stuff, import the palettes, and that's it. Everything else, everything past this point here, everything past the initial floppy load, should be in another section. So we'll have a game kind of loop file, which will be the main game loop, which will have an initialization and then the main game loop. Then we'll have an intro, initialization and loop, and so on and so on. But for now, we're just kind of working on game loop, and we'll worry about positioning it properly later. Okay, so what I want to do is in the controls, whenever we change these values in here, I want to also change a value in the debug layer. So what I'm going to do is in the debug panel, the bottom values here, I'm going to set to, actually, these can be hexadecimal. That's probably easiest. Um, oh, actually, we don't. Do we have colon in there? I'm not sure. Okay, so let's just put FF. Let's put Y, FF. These need to be lowercase for them to work. So these two values here are what I want. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create. Actually, I'm going to put it in I'm going to put it in debug. So I'm going to create a little routine here. I'm going to put it in the end here, and I'm going to call it print hex to display. And this routine is going to take whatever's in the accumulator, and it's going to store it in whatever position you say in here. So now the thing is with the hexadecimal stuff, rather awkwardly, we've set the font kind of up slightly weirdly here. So we're going to have to do a little bit of calculation around this, but it shouldn't be too bad. What you would normally do with a hex display like this is you would just have a font that went from 0 to F, and that was it. That was all it had. But we'll do it this way around. It's fine. So we're going to use X as our value. So we would pass in accumulator equals hex to display, X equals display offset. Okay, so we'll start with the first digit. So that's the upper four. That's the upper nibble of the accumulator. So first of all, I'm going to store this in a place called rest A, and that's going to be down here. There's going to be and that's just so we can get that original value back, because we're going to need to grab the original value to get the lower byte. So the upper byte is going to be this, and we just need to shift it to the left. Sorry, to the right 4 times, like so, and then that value is going to be the value that we need to display. Now, the value, if it's from 0 to 9, is going to be a number. If it's from 10 to 15, then it's going to be a letter. So the first thing we need to do is we need to translate these values, which is a little bit awkward. but it should be fine because this is just a debug thing. So, um, and I will anytime we do this, I will wrap it. In fact, I'll make a macro for this as well, so that value will only ever be, in fact, let's put the macro in as well. So let's create another macro here. I'm going to call it print hex. This is going to take a value index, and it's only going to happen if debug is set. If debug is not set, then it won't do it, and that way we ensure that the macro will only actually insert code if the debug is turned on. So which means we won't accidentally kind of have loads of crap in there that we don't need when we're not in debug mode. So if we are in debug mode, then we're going to load the accumulator with value and load x with index, and then we're going to jump to subroutine print hex to display, which is part of debug panel. And just because we're in debug mode, let's just make this completely safe so we don't have to do anything else. So we're going to push the accumulator onto the stack and push X onto the stack, and then we're done. We're going to pull those values back. Now this is completely safe to use, and we don't have to do anything else around it. We can just drop that macro in where we want to display whatever's in the accumulator. Actually, if we're printing hex, we'll just do it like this. We don't need the value. We'll just assume that the accumulator will be set at this point. Would it be set? Yeah, because we store it when we store this value. You usually store accumulator. So, Atomics was a great game. I love that game. I actually made an Android game based on it, heavily based on it. It didn't do very well though, as ever. Games on the App Store tend not to do well, but I did make one completely ripped off Atomics completely. But I had little facts next to each chemical as well. So when you were playing it, there'd be a little fact box that told you about it. So I had like crystal meth in there and stuff for um, methamphetamine because of Breaking Bad and stuff. So because it was popular at the time, and the thing was called chemistry. It had like nice logo and everything. It looked really good, but it's just I didn't have the power to market anything. So as is unfortunately the case in most cases. Okay, so we need to compare this value with 10. If the value is 10 or more, then we can go to letters. Otherwise, we're in digits. If we're in digits, then what we need to do is we need to take the value and we need to add 1B to it. So the carry is already clear at this point, so we can just add, God damn it, 1B. Okay, and I'll just jump to the draw section. And then if it's letters, what do we need to do? Okay, so if it's 10 or more, we need to subtract 9 from it. And again, the carry is already set here, so we could just do subtract. The reason we need to subtract 9 is because A is 1 in the font set, but A would be 10 in here. So by subtracting 9, we get 10 down to 1. And we don't need to do the branch because it's straight here. And then we just store that at display, comma X, because we have X here already. And then increase X. And what I'm also going to do here is we're using A and X, so I'm going to also use Y here as well. So I'm going to go and change the macro here to also push Y. So even though we're not using Y here, we are using it in this routine. So we do need to make sure that that's restored. And the reason I'm using Y is because I'm actually going to keep that value there. decrease y, and if it's minus, I'm just going to jump ahead to here, which is where we're going to exit. Otherwise, I'm going to load the value from the accumulator stored here again. I'm going to put the loop there, and this with OF, and jump back to the loop again, so I don't have to repeat that code again. So this will draw both letters one side by side, basically. So now if we take our macro print hex and come in here, let's just look at where we need to print that. So so this is at 0, this is at 24, and this is at 48. So 48, 49, 50, and 55. So let's do 50 and 55. Okay. So you can see here we've got these store accumulator layer X fine, store accumulator layer X. So it's this one here. So we're also going to do here print hex 50, and that's going to print the accumulator at position 50. It's not going to print the value 50. It's going to print the contents of the accumulator at index 50. And we need to do that on backwards as well here. And then we just need to do the Y one. So that was up here. So print hex 55. Oops. Okay, here, print hex 55. So hopefully now that should give us in the debug panel at the bottom an X and a Y. So you can see how easy it is to do these these little debug things. Ah, that's tasting nice. Oh no, it's crashed. Okay, so it's probably crashed because it's gone into an infinite loop somewhere. It also didn't update those values at the bottom, but that's probably just because it only updates when you start moving. So I should probably set these to blank to begin with, I guess. So that makes more sense. Okay, so let's just check out why that failed. Let's go and have a look. So first of all, would the macro have failed? No, because the macro is just pushing some values. It's pulling them in the same order, in reverse order back. And then we jump into the hex display down here. Okay, so that lowers the Y register, and then it does all this crap, which is, first of all, we get the top nibble basically, and then it does this section here, which does the comparisons, sets everything up. Then we increase the X, so we move across the display to the next position, and we decrease the Y register, which if it's minus should go to here. Now that shouldn't change. Okay. Okay, let's do it this way instead. I can't imagine that would cause a problem, but let's do it this way. If equal. Otherwise, we're going to load that value which we stored from here. So the original value, we're going to AND it with 0f to get the bottom value, and we're going to come back to here. Yeah, this should be fine. I don't know why it's getting stuck there. That's weird. So branching minus should have worked there as well. Not sure why it didn't. Maybe it might be a bug actually. It could be, I guess. I wouldn't have thought so though, because many things would have broken otherwise. Okay. No, see, it's immediately failing there. Okay, is it failing because of this function? So let's just put an RTS here. It's always a good thing to do. If you're unsure whether the function you've just written is causing the problem, just immediately jump out of it and just see if it's the other things you did around it that cause the problem. And then the next thing will be to just do one half of the loop and not both halves of the loop. Okay, so it's crashing before we actually run this function properly. So something else is going on here. So I mean, if I just cancel all of that, then it should still work, right? Everything should be the same. which makes me wonder what's going on here. Is there some weird stack stuff going on that oh, I can see what's wrong. Anyone can see what's wrong? There we go. See, you're missing the AMK points. Crackonoid, crack out, that's it, crackonoid. Cool. So it was just stack issues. I was pushing 4 and only pulling 2. So I can probably get rid of that now. Okay, not seeing any values written down there. Store accumulated display, X. Let me just set that to 0, 1. I just want to make sure it's actually drawing something, because if it's drawing something, we should see it perfectly here. It might just be that it's not drawing anything at all. It could also just be that the debug is not being well, no, because that does run definitely. Okay, well, let's see what happens. Okay, yeah, so I'm not seeing any value drawn in the display down there at all. So in that case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the value, and again, this is why the debug is really useful. So I'm going to use the debug panel to debug the debug panel. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to store X at display. And what should we see here? So the value is 50. So actually, we've not got 50. We've got 47. So okay, let me just do this. Push the accumulator, pull it back again here, and then transfer X to the accumulator. So I'm going to actually, oops, I'm going to actually do this. Oops. So it isn't going to show a number, it's going to show 2 letters, but I should be able to figure out from the 2 letters if the number is correct. I mean, it should be 50, right? So it should be E and then a space is what I should see here. And you see, I'm not seeing anything down there at all, which makes me wonder if this is even displaying anything. So, okay, just comment that out. Next trick, just to see, is this actually being displayed? Let's increase the border. So good old-fashioned border increments. And now when the map is moving, hopefully we should see the border change color. Okay, so we are seeing border change color, so we're definitely getting into that function. Now let me just confirm. Oh, god damn it. Do you know what it is? Do you know what it is? Got to remember to set the dirty flag. It's not going to update unless you change that flag, so. Okay, I mean, it's not changing because now I've got that set. Okay, cool. And then the only other thing I'm going to do is so it's an update. Okay, so in the layers here, I think. Is there an initialization for the layers? Should be a layer offsets, layer init. Here we go. So it's setting the scroll factors based on layers. If the layer is control, okay, in that case here, we're going to load accumulator with, and then I'm just going to do print. Actually, yeah, I'm just going to do this here. Assuming that it is set to that, I think it's both. They're both set to 0. Actually, Y is not, isn't it? Okay, so my God, where is it now? There it is. Layer scroll. No, layer X. Yeah. Plus control layer number. Now, because I've added some instructions here, I'm actually going to wrap this in an if debug as well. And all this is doing is just making sure that the initial values are stored in there, so they're not blank straight away. I'm enjoying tonight. It's going well. I feel like I'm making progress. There we go. So now we can see the map coordinates updating as we move around. Awesome. That's going to be really helpful later on. Always useful to know exactly where you are on the map. I just wanted to make sure that we have routines for doing that sort of thing, which is kind of cool. I mean, we could. In fact, I'll tell you what I am going to do. Yeah, I'm going to do it in this. So I'm going to do it like this. It's going to take 2 parameters here. It's going to take a string and a number. And this is so that we can convert the we don't have to kind of set these values anywhere. The string values, that is, because at the moment they're preset. Whereas this way I can just include them in the print, and then that way we can kind of chop and change things around really easily by passing these in. So because this is a macro, it should be super simple to do this. So in here, you see up in this bit up here, we've got these values already in the debug text. So I'm going to remove those, and instead of doing it like that, I'm going to pass it into the macro instead. I'm actually going to move these macros to the bottom because they're starting to get a little bit messy, and it's good to have the rest of the code at the front and the macros just down here. So this would be string and index, which means the very first thing I need to do is I need to print these values at this index here. So before all of this happens, that can stay the same. But what we need to do here is we need to do I'll just do it with a loop. I mean, it's debug. I really don't care how efficient this is at all. So for each byte, we're gonna C is gonna be that, so it's gonna be load accumulator with C, store that at display plus index plus I index plus. There we go. And so now that will do the same thing, and we can easily change that now. So say I wanted to change this to xpos, it will still work. Ypos, but now we're using the macro to deal with the values rather than the what's this? Hey FXPT, how you doing? Hope you well. Yeah, so now instead of hard coding these values, these string values ahead of time, we can just do it as part of the macro, which means we can chop and change this quite easily, and it gives a bit more flexibility around this this routine. This is kind of what you want from a debug panel. You want to be able to very easily draw things. It doesn't need to be efficient, doesn't need to be pretty. It just needs to draw things to the screen, and it needs to be as flexible as possible. So you can do these things. Why is that not drawn? What have I done? Oh, because that's in debug panel. So I need to copy this here to here. There we go. You'll see a lot of debug panels, a lot of consoles in games. So like you can drop down a console and type commands in. You add it in Quake, you have it in Doom, you have it in all sorts of games. They're basically debug panels. That's how they start life. They start life as debug panels, and then slowly they become something more complicated. So okay, I need to change the values a little bit. So store debug panel display plus index plus I. That should be index plus string size. Let me just check as I move around. Yeah, okay. XPOS space 2 digits 7. Okay, so if I did 57 instead of 55, that should solve that. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to go to the extent of being able to type commands into these panels. That would be too much. I'll do 58 actually, so it's spaced out a little bit better. But it's just this is why these things exist, because the developers need a way to be able to see values, see output, and console is something all developers are used to using. Terminals, consoles, whatever you want to call them, standard out, all sorts of terms for it, but they all essentially do the same. They just give you a way to write text output to the screen so you can see what's going on. And in some games they just allow you to continue to use that value. I don't know why I'm getting those zeros on the end. They're weird. I might have another Y right somewhere that I've not taken account of. Xpos, YPOS. 58 YPOS. There we go. That's why. So I mean, you could forgo writing this at all once you've set it up here, but I'll keep it in so it's explicit for now. So I think the next task is going to be to start thinking about collision, because Stoker has been working on Reese, who's been doing the graphics. In fact, I can show you a little bit of what he's been doing. I don't know where it's getting though. Wait, where's the 520 coming from here? Oh, hang on. I made a mistake up here. I need the accumulator back here, so just going to pull the accumulator back off the stack and push it back on again, and I'm going to make sure it's change the order there. There we go. 520. Yeah, okay. and this would be Charval as well. There we go. He's been doing. I'll show you in a second. He's been doing a bit of tile stuff. So he's unfortunately he's been not well the past couple of 2 weeks or so. So he's not been able to do too much. But I'm really grateful that he's been able to do anything. It's really good. Yeah, there we go. That's perfect. Cool. But he showed me some. He's started working on some tiles, and they look kind of nice. So we're starting to get some kind of steampunky style tiles out of him. I mean, obviously, this is very early days. I don't know where he's going with any of this. I don't know how this is all gonna tie together. But I've said what I'm gonna do fairly soon. Is I'm gonna set up the LDDK level editing software. Um, with the ability to kind of generate this foreground layer, and then we'll work on how many kind of tiles he's got free, sort of thing. But you can see from that, it's the details really good. He's very good at using these color counts and getting the most out of it. His skill set is really good. I think it's perfect for this game. And I think so. What I'm trying to do with this, I think that the route this is going to go down in terms of how it's going to feel to play, I think it's going to be a cross between a Turrican game. So it's going to have that nice shooting element. You're going to be there's going to be quite a bit of action in it. It's not going to be too slow. There is going to be a bit of action in, but it's going to have the kind of controls of kind of Prince of Persia kind of flashback kind of controls. So um, you're going to have a lot more than just kind of running and jumping. You're going to have been able to grab onto ledges and things like that. Maybe wall slides and things. So um, that's kind of how I see it. That would make the most use of Reese's talents. Uh, and I think we should be able to pull that off. Yeah, there will be upgradable weapons as well. So you'll be able to um, so the way it's going to work, I'll tell you a little bit about how we've kind of thought about the game. So um, each level is going to consist of a new kind of theme of some kind, a new tile set basically, um, and each level will have a number of subtasks in it. So it's gonna work quite a bit like a Mario 64 in that you have um, a level that you have several tasks to do in it. The first task will be to kill the boss. That will always be the first task. Um, Actually, it might not always be the first task. It could be the last task. I'm not sure, but we need to work that out. But each level will have a boss, and one of the tasks will be to kill the boss. Killing the boss will grant Perseus some kind of ability. I'm not sure which abilities it's going to be, but they will generally be related to the boss that you killed in some form or another. And then you will also gain upgrades as you go as well. So it may be that it's just the boss that gives you the upgrades. It depends on how deep we want to go with the upgrade system and how much time we have as to kind of what we come up with. But the idea is you will be able to upgrade. So you'll be able to upgrade your weapon. You'll be able to gain things like shields and stuff like that. So, for instance, Medusa, Perseus killed Medusa by reflecting her gaze in a shield. So we're trying to introduce the concept of a shield related to Medusa in some way or form. It's probably not going to be that you use the shield to defeat Medusa like that, but you may gain a shield for killing Medusa, like gain a really shiny shield. Um, we need to think about how that works with the control, so that's going to be the tricky thing. Um, the other thing that you will be able to do is gain like uh, probably some kind of experience, maybe not like super in depth, but you'll be able to slowly kind of upgrade your character by making him run a little bit faster, jump a little bit higher, reload a little bit quicker, things like that. um and that will help you with some of the tasks on the levels. So there may be, on the first level for instance, there may be a task to fetch some object somewhere, but you can only get to that object if you increase the distance that you can jump. So if you increase the jump jump height or the jump length of the of Perseus, then he can reach that area and grab that thing. So there's going to be some kind of thinking about how you approach each level. There'll be a bit of going back to levels as well. So you may grab an object from say level 2, which would then help you complete something on level 1. uh, Trying to make level 1 completely contained, so you should be able to complete all the tasks on level 1, because that's the vertical slice we're aiming for. So if you say there's 6 tasks on level 1, kill the boss, collect an item, collect these objects or whatever. They'll probably be very similar to Mario 64. There might be one like collect 8 red coins, but it won't be red coins, it'll be something else, and every level will have 8 red coins or the equivalent in them. So one of the objectives is to grab those, and every time you complete one of those objects, you'll level up objectives. You'll level up slightly, and you'll be able to upgrade things. Um, so it should be an interesting game, I think, because it's going to have kind of modern elements in that kind of progression way of things. But it's still gonna feel like a classic game, in that we're gonna take inspiration from things like Flashback and Prince of Persia and Turrican and stuff, and try and make it feel still feel retro, even if it is a bit more modern. So that's the idea for it anyway. I think it's gonna be pretty good. And the whole world of Perseus is the whole world of the Greek mythology of Perseus is absolutely rife with monsters and other kind of mythology that would make for great storytelling in this. And one of the things we're going to have is I forget the name of his owl. Yeah, this thing, uh, Bubo. So Perseus films, Clash in the Titans, has this owl in it. So he's gonna have a little mechanical owl as well, which is perfect for steampunk as well. Absolutely perfect. The owl is probably just going to be a guide rather than an element of the game. So he may have like little pop-ups that appear with him, and um, he's gonna he's basically going to kind of give you tips and stuff, and guide you through. So like on the first level, the very first time you play the first level, he'll be telling you everything, like press this to move this way, do this, do that. And then as you go through the game, he'll appear less and less often, but he may give you kind of clues on bosses as well. And so if you're taking a long time to kill a boss, he may give you a clue as to how to do it. I really want Medusa to be the first boss, but it depends on the time we have for it, because I think Medusa would be a really cool one. And I think everybody would kind of recognize that straight away. I really want it to be unique in its own way, but also recognizable. I want people to kind of to know the story a little bit and kind of find things that they know in it. So people who've seen Clash of the Titans will see the owl and go, "Oh, that's the owl from Clash of the Titans," and they'll realize that actually the owl is a part of the kind of mythology of him. So. Um, and it's the fact that it's a mechanical owl is absolutely perfect, because it is a steampunk version. So Perseus has a gun, which is the reason I made it steampunk, was because I wanted to give Perseus an actual gun weapon, which is why I want it to be like a Turrican game. Um, so yeah, anyway, that's the idea with that. So I'll keep you informed as we evolve it, but I think it's gonna pan out quite nicely, and I think we can probably have a very rough first version of this up and running within 6 months, I think. Um, and then the idea will be to just kind of polish that first level as much as possible, so that when the Mega 65 is ready to go, there'll be a free version of this game with it, which will be the first level, and first level, all the stuff that goes into the first, all the systems complete, but just one level polished, and with the 6 or 7 or 8 or whatever it is tasks on that level. And then hopefully later on we'll be able to produce more levels and release it as a full game. Not enough steampunk games. Yeah, I think it lends itself quite well as well. Because when I was originally thinking of it, I was thinking that the it's one of those things that steampunk is kind of, by its very nature, it mixes history with kind of modern stuff and the steampunk kind of vibe to things as well. But I thought I couldn't think of anything that's ever done it with Greek mythology as well. So there's definitely modern versions of Greek mythology, but I've never seen a steampunk version of Greek mythology. So I kind of liked the idea of it, and it just was an excuse to give Perseus a gun. So because it would be a lot more boring if he had to run around with a sword. I mean, it would still work, but it wouldn't be quite as frantic. I don't think. And the way I see the bosses is these levels are like corporations in a steampunk world, so they're like big steampunk corporations. So Perseus is part of the Olympus Corporation. He's like a bounty hunter for the Olympus Corporation, and his job is to go and infiltrate other corporations and take down their kind of star bounty hunters. Not enough Viking games, yeah. Actually, there's been a bit of a spate of them, hasn't there? The past year or two. Well, I say spate. There's been Valheim and Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Uh, Valhalla? Yeah, it's called Valhalla, isn't it? Yeah, the Olympus Corporation. Yeah, Valheim is awesome. I'm absolutely hooked on that game. It's ridiculous how hooked I am on that. Um, yeah, I mean, I've had it. How long's it been out? I mean, I didn't buy it straight away either. I kind of put off buying it. But let's see, when did I actually buy it? Let's have a look. Okay, so I bought it on 27th, yeah, 27th of February. So I bought it just over 2 weeks ago, and I've already got 90 hours in it. That's insane. It's because if I'm not streaming and I'm not working, I'm playing Valheim, and I'm playing it a lot. As I say, I managed to set it up so I could play it in bed with it projected to the ceiling there. So uh, yeah, just died on a foreign island. Need to set up a rescue mission. That damn troll. Yeah, trolls are a nightmare. I'm in the process of trying to tame wolves at the moment. That's my latest thing. Building little wolf cages out of brick and iron and locking them up and then throwing meat at them for days on end until they finally succumb to my ways, and then I can start a wolf farm. I've moved on from carrots. I was a carrot farmer and now I'm a wolf farmer. So all right. Okay, so what do we need to do next then? So collision definitely need to do next, but I need to have a think about collision because I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to do it. I could do it as character based, uh, but I kind of want. I kind of want flexibility with it. So what I'm wondering, let me show you the level editor. I eat Airwolf. Don't do Airwolf. We've had Airwolf twice already tonight. So this is let me turn off the background because these aren't actually used anymore. So this is the level editor I've been using just as a test, basically. Obviously, this is just placeholder graphics. Um, so this is cool because it allows you to draw the kind of basic outline. So like I draw the basic outline when I'm doing the Game Boy game, and then I have to go and put the detail in and color it in. Well, this will do all the detail for you. If you just you just have to spend a bit of time setting the rules up, and then it will do it. So I mean, I've shown this before, but I'll show it again. So if I was to just draw a straight line of land, then I get a bridge. If I was to make it twice the width, I then get a piece of land. So then if I draw different sizes, I get, and it puts like logs and stuff on it for you, so you can set what the decorations are. So if I draw another piece here and then draw across like that, see, now it's created a bridge across it there for me, and it will vary the bridge as well. So you can see if I do a really long bridge, it will kind of randomize it a little bit as well. It puts these on the edges, so it's really, really cool. We can do some cool stuff with it. But one of the other things that this provides, if I can find it, is it that one? No. So you can create these different things. So you've got above ground, caves, ladders, water. So you can set all these kind of types. And then when you export it, I can't remember where it is. Maybe it's in my files already. Let me go and have a look. Uh, yeah, third time. Yeah, you're right. You can also, Anton, with the SID players, you can use deep SID, which is where the library is kind of, well, they're not played from deep SID, but it's the same paths as they are in deep SID. So if you find a tune in deep SID that you like, you can take the path and paste that, and it will paste exactly, and then you don't you don't run the risk of getting the wrong tune, because you do run the risk of getting the wrong tune if you just type a name in. Far more fun with Steps losing money all night. Yeah, it's a shame. I wonder if Steps must be driving himself mad as well at the moment, because I know he likes to be here on a Saturday. So okay, Perseus. Let's just have a look. I think maybe if I'm lucky, it's output the actual. No, I haven't. Okay, because what this will do when you go to export it, export layers as PNG, right? If I okay, folder. Wait, where's that? Why can't I export this? Do I have to say project? Say project? No. Where's the actual button to export? Oh, maybe it lost that then. Save that. So let me go and save this somewhere. Map test. Let's call it map test 2. Ah, there you go. It's done a PNG export. So if I go and have a look now in here, you can see the PNGs for the levels. So what this does, this takes all the art that I put in for the different levels, and exports them as a PNG. And this is why I'm using Sprite, and this is what allows me very easily to kind of just drop them in Sprite and then use the tool to export. Use my scripts to export them for the game. But one of the other things it does is it creates this file, which doesn't look like much, but what it is it's a 1 pixel per tile representation of the map. It matches these things here. So what I'm thinking is I can use this as the collision layer, and then I can set very specific things in here. So I can have like climb points and stuff like that. It also means like if I want a cave like this, I can have it so that when you walk into this area, that the palette changes to a darker palette or something like that. So you bet steps. Yeah, he must be going mad. But yeah, that's what I think I'm going to do with the collision, rather than rather than use character-based collision, I'm thinking to do it based on this instead, because then I don't. Because the problem with character-based collision is because I'm building it using these tools, uh, and I don't know what these characters are going to be. It's only when my script accesses it that I know that these characters are going to be, solid ground or not. Um, Whereas with this, you can see that I've got this flat area here. It's kind of hard to see, but uh, the brick doesn't show up. These think the decorations don't show up, so I don't have to worry about what's solid and what's not. It's already worked out for me in those things. Um, so I think this might be the sensible way to do it. Um, but I have to see how the map works because I should really try out the tiles that Stoker produces first to make sure that they work properly with the system. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't, but I need to make a rule set for them as well, and also introduce Stoker to this because it isn't an easy thing to set the rules up. It does take a little while. I mean, this is the rule set for this map. You can see. Oops, if I just expand all of these. This is my rule set for it. You can see it's quite big. So it does take a while to get used to doing this and understanding how they work. But once you understand how it works, it's really easy to set up. It just takes a bit of time, that's all. Okay, cool. So I'm not going to do the collision tonight because I need to have a think about how that's going to work. But I do think it's going to be related to this output. At the very least, what it's going to be is in the map, there might be another byte that I can add to the map data somehow to encode this data in the map data as well. Because there is a lot of there was a lot of free bytes. I have used free bits, even, should I say? I have used some of them, but I may be able to use some because if I can spare like 3 bits, then I can have 8 different collision types, which is usually going to be enough for these games. Um, just thinking, is there anything else I can put in this right now? It's probably not actually. So we've got this animation. I don't have another animation to try right now, so I can't do anything with that. We can maybe put bullets in or something like that. I'm not sure. Oh, raid. Who's that? Provod. Just wait for them to finish the advert if there is an advert. But welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for the raid, Provod. Very much appreciated. Nice chunky raid as well. 37 people. Cheers. I hope you're doing well. What have you been up to tonight then? What have you been science and technology? So I'm guessing you're coding as well then. Um, I'm not sure I've seen you here before, but if you have been here before and I've forgotten, I do apologize. I have a terrible, terrible memory. So, but yeah, what have you been up to tonight? What have you been coding? Thank you for the follow, Life Killed. Appreciated. Or I was drunk. Yeah, there's a very high possibility I was drunk. Talking of which, I need to start getting through my alcohol. Okay, so that's the cider down. Let's get the wine and orange down. Hi, Provod. I assume you must have just had the adverts then. Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Thank you very much for the raid. Appreciated. What have you been up to tonight? What have you been coding? I assume you've been coding. It says science and technology, so I assume that's what you've been doing. For those who haven't been here before, I'm Shalom 50k, obviously. I code C64, Mega65, Game Boy Color on and off on various days, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. But what I do on what day kind of varies a little bit. Oh, you've been doing Vulkan RTX. Oh, cool. Anything in particular? Are you updating an existing game to Vulkan and RTX, or is it something completely new? I must admit, I'd like to have a play around with the RTX, the ray tracing APIs and stuff, and Vulkan in particular as well. But honestly, I just don't have time with everything else I'm doing. But yeah, we do assembly language here, but we use modern IDEs, and it looks a bit more like a higher level language in some cases. You know, things like this make it look a bit higher level. Um, Thank you, the 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 Gash. Thank you, the Gash, for the follow, and welcome. We're basically trying to make Half-Life 1 RTX. Oh, very cool. Half-Life 1 would look amazing actually with ray tracing. There's so many good kind of particle effects and stuff going on here. It looked really good, and there's some nice reflections on things. It looked really good. Thank you, Blevatina, for the follow. So I guess you're doing global illumination, right? You're using RTX to do global illumination and possibly reflections as well, because that's where RTX really shines, isn't it? For doing global illumination instead of using kind of shader based SSO and stuff like that. So and shader based lighting, or even just kind of fake lighting. Uh, it's noisy and slow. Yeah, I mean it is really slow, and it is very noisy as well. But then that's what's great about RTS. It does have the denoising filters as well. So, um, but yeah, it is really slow. I mean, look at Metro. Was it the last one? Metro Exodus. When you turn RTX off, your frame rate jumps through the roof. But they did do a good job of optimizing it quite well in that. Um, so I'll have to go to film some lectures now, but it's been nice listening and great seeing the progress. Good to see you, Paul. I didn't even realize you were here. But yeah, hey, Paul, enjoy your lectures. If you get bored, you can always do my run length encoding DMA tricks. That'd be nice, but no rush. Uh, Maybe I have to take up a course in Australia. I mean, maybe I have to just go and sit in lectures, sit in lectures, and just bug Paul from a distance. Or less of a distance, actually. I'd be in the same room, wouldn't I? I must admit, his courses would be the sort of thing that I'd like to do anyway. It's on my list. It looks almost as long as Santa's. Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's no rush for it. I would have to fill the memory with sprites before I needed it. So, um, it's fine. I really need to get the collision in next. I think that's the next thing. Send Warlock over to poke him. Nah, it's fine. He's busy. I know he's really, really busy. He's got a lot to do. Um, that's why I don't really kind of question too much or ask for too much. So, okay. Trying to think what to do next with it. I mean, I could maybe add some basic shooting in, but then kind of need the collision so that we hit stuff as well. Controls, I can't really do much more until I get collision, because if I can't land on stuff, then there's no point in having any controls like ladders or jumping or anything. You can't put a jump in it because you will go up and then you'll just continually fall down. Um, and likewise, I can't put gravity in yet because I haven't got a floor. I can't animate things because this is just placeholder art, so that doesn't matter. Um, there is the IRQ system, so there needs to be a way to add interrupts to. Sorry, I'm looking this way because I've got a TV screen with the game on it. Unfortunately, it doesn't appear on my main monitor. I have to kind of look over to the side to see it, in case anybody's wondering why I keep staring off this direction. Um, so we are going to need an IRQ system, and the reason we're going to need an IRQ system is for a few reasons actually. So one of the things we're going to need to do is we're going to need to display the heads up display, the HUD. Now at the moment we're using the hardware sprites to do this little panel at the bottom. Um, Sounds like a collision of priorities. Yeah, Yeah, I do. I need to get. I need to figure out my collision system and get that in. I think that's going to be the next thing I do on stream. Oh, quiz coming up. Quiz coming up, guys. Um, yeah. So the so is it really a need for game programmers with drag and drop software? Is it really? I'm not sure what you mean. Is it really a need for game programmers with drag and drop software? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Explain a little bit what you mean by drag and drop software. Because we're definitely not using drag and drop software for this. If this is all coded in in 6502, well 45 GS02 assembly. So unless you mean the level editors like this, the level editors. Uh, oh, I see what you mean. You mean like block programming sort of things. I see what you mean. Earthworm Jim 3D, nice. Never played that one actually. Um, quiz only Sean would know. He wouldn't know that one, I don't think. Congrats to Bumfuzzled Games. Oh, okay. He was just okay. That's cool. I think there's some really good games which are done with things like Construct and other things that have got block programming things in it as well. I mean, Unreal Engine has got a great block programming section in it, which is well, it's more of a kind of scripting thing, but it does let you do quite a lot. I mean, it is quite powerful. I think Game Maker Studio also has a block programming type bit in it as well, although I never used that in that. Yeah, this is Kick Assembler. Yeah, Kick Assembler. This is a slightly different branch of it, which is based on 5.18, I think, and it's Jesper took this and added the 45 GSO2 CPU set, so you can now do this at the top, and then it gives you access to all the 45 GSO2 stuff. Complicated blueprint scripts become a node, right? Yes, yeah, I can imagine. I used to do quite a lot of block programming with my son when he had these Lego. Oh, what was it called? Mindstorms, Lego Mindstorms. Yeah, that had the robotic stuff in it. And while there was, you could modify the bricks, the control bricks to use C. There were definitely there were definitely a lot of things you could do with just the block programming, and it was really good to kind of introduce him to the concepts of programming through Lego, which was interesting. Unreal is implementing a new scripting language, so it'll be something first party between C++ and Blueprint. Ah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I've seen some stuff done in Unreal Engine as well, which has been done by non-programmers, and they've managed to do some decent stuff. So, um, AI will make more. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think we use a little bit of AI at work for like sentiment analysis and stuff like that, but we don't really use it for much really at the moment. I think there's more that we could use it for. We use it for doing some monitoring of server activity as well, so it can identify kind of unusual server activity and things. But add more ifs, yeah. But we're not doing anything like major with it really. But we do some sentiment analysis stuff. So we look at so we have lots of chat programs and stuff for customers, and we use sentiment analysis to kind of get a feel for the mood of our customers, basically. So we can tell on any given day if the customers feel upset about things or not, and just in general, even if there's not a particular thing that they're complaining about, we can just sense a kind of dip in kind of a dip in kind of the mood of players. Unreal is designed to be used mostly by artists. For programming, you're either thrown to the C++ or stuck using Blueprint. The intent is that programmers implement nodes in C++, the artists and level design. Yes, yeah. Okay, that's kind of cool. Yeah, that I mean that kind of reminds me of the old days of Flash, right? When Flash was first out, it was just kind of like a design tool. People were using it to create animations. It had very basic scripting in it, with ActionScript 1, and you could do some stuff in it, and artists learned to do some basic scripts in it. But then as it evolved and became ActionScript 2, and then later on ActionScript 3, the coding kind of became much more powerful, and it became harder for designers to use in the same way that the coders were using it. But it did the ecosystem worked quite well. It's just a shame that Flash itself was a bag of shit, really, because other than that, the idea of having this kind of fast prototyping tool was kind of really nice. Thanks, Asher, for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Um, I'm glad I don't have to do Flash anymore. I hated Flash. Such a inefficient pile of junk, really. I want to be a game player just starting out. Any advice? It's too late to start programming. I'm 30, just got my GED. Should I go to college or university or self-taught? It depends what you want to do. If you want to make your own games, if you want to be like an indie developer, I would just teach yourself. You don't necessarily need to go to college or university. Pick up something like Unity or Game Studio. Is it called Game Studio? Game Maker Studio, or Godot. Yeah, Godot is another one. Just pick up something like that. They tend to have varying costs. I think Unity is free. I think Game Maker will cost you a little bit, but Game Maker is a little bit easier. Game Maker is odd, but you can do some good stuff with it. There's some good games made on it. I mean, what's it called? Uh, Hotline Miami was done on Game Maker Studio, and so was what was there was a freaking hell, what was the recent one? I can't remember. I can't remember the names of it, but yeah, there's a lot of good games done on it. Godot is good as well. Yeah, Godot will do 3D quite nicely as well. So if you want to do 3D, but yeah, I would just look into game frameworks, free game frameworks, or kind of beginner game frameworks. You'll find quite a lot of them. We've mentioned a few here. You've got Godot, as Bumfuzzle said. You've got Game Maker Studio. You've got Unity. I'm trying to think of more. There's definitely more out there. And then you can make what you want. If you're after jobs in programming, then you will definitely need to go to college or university. And well, actually, no, I say that you don't definitely need to do it. I didn't, but I was lucky. I got I used to do a lot of stuff in my own time, so I had a portfolio of work that I'd done. And so I somebody just took a chance on me 15, 20 years ago. So took a chance on me, hired me as a developer, and then I just kind of evolved from there. Once you've got your foot in the door and you can gain the work experience, it gets easier and easier to get your jobs. And so I haven't had any trouble getting jobs without a university degree since then. So, um, but that isn't going to be everybody. I think I was quite lucky with that. So if you do want to be a programmer for a bigger company especially doing games, you probably are going to need a degree, or at least at least some kind of focused experience on it. Somehow, I'm not sure how you would do that, but indie game developing is definitely doable. You can still make a game on your own, um, and make a lot of money out of it if you're determined enough and you've got good people around you to good artists to help you out, a musician to help you out. You can make some amazing stuff. So And do you know what, Andy? I have to say, I would agree with their outlook because I have found. So I did in my last role, I'd be involved in the hiring quite a lot, and I honestly found that the developers who went to university and you can always tell when you look at a CV, right? You would see developers who just trained to be a developer. That's all they did. They went to university, they trained to be a developer, and they didn't put any more effort into it beyond I've spent my education learning to program. Now give me a job. But then there's also there's the people who may have gone to college or university, whatever, but in their hobby section, they would say, "Oh, I program in this. I like to do this. I like to pull these things apart and debug these and do this and do that." And their portfolios are personal stuff, not stuff they did at college, not stuff they did at university, but it's stuff they did in their free time. They're the much better ones. And sometimes it would be ones that hadn't been to university, that just had personal portfolios. They tend to be the better coders because they're invested in it. They like it. They do what they're doing. So uh, I agree, but again, I didn't use. I tend to keep most of my GitHub stuff private. And I didn't until recently start sharing code that I'd done. So my if you were to try and find anything out about me, you wouldn't know that I was a coder. But for what I would do is when I went to interviews, I would explain exactly what I could do. I would have demonstrations. I would share demonstrations of things. So, is there an age limit trying to get into it or the gaming industry? No, not at all. I've seen people. I mean, the kind of cliche is that coders tend to be kind of young kind of guys, but it's not. It's not all like that. You do get people coming in at all sorts of ages as well. Um, and I mean, how old did you say you were? You said you were 30, was it? Yeah, 30 is not that old at all. You're fine. And as I say, age really doesn't matter. I've seen people join companies at late 50s, 60 and stuff like that. But it's all about, as my command says, it's all about having the dedication to do it in your spare time. Don't just assume that you can go to university, learn something, and then immediately become a great programmer. It's all about doing it all the time as well. Some people may be able to do that, but I think the best people are the people that do it constantly because they've got a love for it as well. Okay, I'm getting very distracted and not doing very much. We've got about an hour left, so I don't know what to do right now because I'm kind of stuck at the moment. Let me think. Let me think. Tangent, yeah. I could maybe start looking at the SD loader, but then again, I'd have to do a lot of research into that. I don't think I could do a decent start on that in an hour. Um, Part loaded code, okay. Interrupts, yeah, I think you're right. Maybe it is a good idea to start that. All right, yeah, let's start an interrupt system. So I'm going to add this to the framework as well. Um, so what I want this interrupt system to do is to be quite let me just save this out first. It's quite a generic system, right? So the raid was an interrupt. Yeah, I like chatting to people. Though. I like it when people talk about stuff, especially about coding. I'm really passionate about coding, even though I don't do it as my job now. In fact, if anything, the fact that I'm not doing it as my job has made me more passionate about it. I think um, because now I'm focusing my time on the kind of coding that I love. So uh, yeah, that's it's kind of it interests me a lot to kind of talk about these things. I wish I'd have done more at school about coding because it took me too long. I mean, to be fair, when you were saying about your age, just to go back to that again, I didn't start a programming job until I was in my very late 20s. I think I was like 28, 29. when I got my first programming job, because I didn't have any qualifications. So I just I kept trying to do stuff until eventually somebody gave me a chance. I just applied for a few jobs here and there. I actually ended up traveling from Manchester down to Oxford and applying for a job in Oxford, because they were willing to give me a chance without qualifications, and they did, and that's what set me on the path. So, yeah, age really doesn't mean anything. It's more about if you can do the job and prove that you can do the job, then you're fine. Okay, so what I want to do with the interrupt system is I want a system where you don't have to deal with the interrupt code yourself. What you need to do, thank you for the follow, Ryuk. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. What you need to do is only declare that you want to add an interrupt or remove an interrupt. So in the same way we've got animations and we have indexes, we're going to have interrupts, and they're also going to have indexes as well. So basically, the way this is going to work though is you're going to request a new interrupt, and it's going to return you an index, which is the number of your interrupt. And what will happen is every frame the interrupts will be sorted, and this will allow us to update interrupts on the fly if we need to. So basically, in fact, should I sort the interrupts? I don't think this might not be needed as much in this, but I do like the we've got enough processing power to do it. But the idea is, I'll show you here, right? What we'll have is we'll have like an add interrupt. Okay, and let's do it as macros. Actually, let's do this down here. So the macros would be add interrupt, and the thing here will be line. So the line number, line Y, let's call it, and the method pointer. So all you do is you say add interrupt, and it will add an interrupt that's at this position, that runs the code that's pointed to by your method pointer, and it will return an index in X. So you can then store that. So you can say, okay, I want to create an interrupt that's just for now, and that's just going to display something in the middle of the screen. So you can say, okay, set line Y to 128, middle of the screen roughly, and method pointer, my new method pointer. And then it will return to say, okay, this is interrupt number 7. So by returning it in X. So you store that somewhere. You say, okay, interrupt 7 is that interrupt. Your interrupt will fire. It will be sorted with the other interrupts, and it will fire. And then at any point you can say, okay, remove that interrupt now, and you can say remove interrupt, and you can pass the index in, and it will remove that interrupt from the list. So that will be the other one that we have here. And that will just take an index, and that will just delete the interrupt that we have. So then in here, I'm not going to do the add interrupt yet. I'm going to add that in a bit. So we'll have an initialization, which will set up the interrupts, reset everything as it needs to be reset, and initialize the raster code, so the interrupt code. So it will configure the D01A register, and start the interrupt cycle going off. So you can learn anything about software online. Oh yeah, yeah. Um, I I have learned so much online in the past 5 years. I learn more online than and by self teaching than I do in anything else. So don't feel like you have to go to college. I mean, it will definitely assist you in getting a job. At the higher level of program. But if you just want to be an indie program and do stuff in your own time, make a game for Steam. You can make a game that goes on Steam completely on your own. You don't need to go to university to do that. You don't need to work for a company to do that. You can do that completely on your own. And if the game is good and it's popular, then you'll get approached by people who may want you to put it onto Switch, onto Xbox, onto PlayStation. This is how games like Celeste and stuff, end up the way they do. In fact, Celeste was written in Pico 8 originally, so it was written in a very, very basic kind of system. Anyway, so we're going to have an init. And then we're going to have what would it be? It would be set up next IRQ. Let's just call it interrupt. Let's just, and what this will do, this will take the list of interrupts that we've got and work out what the next one is, set the raster up to trigger at the right time, and to set, to jump to whatever method pointer we've got. So let's add the data up here. So this would be let's add a constant in here. So max interrupts. Let's just put 16. I can't see there being a need for more than 16. And that will be easy enough to sort. You'll see why I need to sort them in a minute. And this would just be fill max interrupts 0. And this is going to be our line Y even. And then this would be method pointer low, a method pointer high. Oops, press caps lock. Got that. There you go. And again, this would be filled with these. So what we'll do is if the method pointer high is 0, then this is treated as not an interrupt, because that would be an interrupt that's in 0 page, and nobody's going to put interrupt code in 0 page. Well, I hope not anyway. Sorry, that mic got a bit loud. I said that right next to the microphone. So that's the very basics of it. But what we can do is we can make sure that these will always fire in the right order, because we may add these in a completely different order. So there needs to be a sorted order as well. So what I'm going to do is put this in here, and this is sorted indexes or indices, to use the correct spelling. And this would be slightly different in that it would have all the numbers in it from 0 to whatever the maximum number is. So we put I here. So when we first run this will have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and so on. Now, what it should do, we should have an update function. And what the update function should do, whenever the update function is called, this will sort things. So, and we're also going to have a sort here. Now, the reason I'm going to separate update and sort is because there may be a reason to not sort every frame. So we might have a check that says the only reason we would need to sort is if there has been a new interrupt added, or the line Y has changed on one of them. In which case we can have have a dirty flag or something which decides whether or not we need to resort. In fact, let's call it dirty sort here, and that will start as 0. So the update function will basically say, okay, if we need to sort, in other words, if this dirty sort flag has been set, then we need to sort. Otherwise, don't do anything. And then the sort function will just look through these, and it will sort the entire list based on the Y position here. It's not going to change anything in these, but it is going to change, in these top 3, but it is going to change this. It's going to change the sorted indexes. And then when we go through, the raster list, we can have a next raster or next interrupt, let's call it, here, which should always start at 0. So that's what we'll do here. So let's make sure that starts at 0. So this is something I had to use on Doc 2. I don't use it on Doc 1, but I did use it on Doc 2. And the reason I had to do it on Doc 2 is because I have interrupts that do various things at various points on the screen, and I have a multiplexer as well. And so if I've got an interrupt which is kind of doing that sweep across the screen and changing the timeline, I've got two interrupts which are moving across the screen. But at the same time, I've got multiplexer interrupts which are in the middle here. So I have to make sure that as I move them up the screen, that they retain proper Y order. So my multiplexer also sorts interrupts as well. So the multiplexer actually does two jobs. It's actually sorting Y positions, but there is the ability to add another sprite that isn't actually a sprite. It's just another raster interrupt, and it will generate a raster interrupt for that position, but not necessarily draw a sprite. I'm going to make this more generic so it can be reused. So uh, computer hardware robots, can you do that online? I was thinking in majoring in either mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, computer science. Uh, yeah, yeah, it is tricky because as Andy says, right, a lot of degrees are honestly, as Andy rightfully says, they're not worth the paper they're written on. But it really it depends on your look, it depends on which field you kind of specialize in, depends on a lot. But it's it's um it's perfectly possible to learn all these things without doing a degree. It could even be that my recommendation would be to spend a year or so, 6 months to a year, dipping your toes into free online tutorials for various things, right, that interest you. Because even in the field of like machine learning or AI, right, there are tons of different fields in that. So just dip your toes into different areas of that. Find which one you gel with the most. Find which one um, you it kind of makes sense to you in your head, and then you've got something you can focus on. But before you decide what to do with that, look at job openings for that. Look at the job openings that use the skill set that you want to learn, and see first of all, see is the pay good, because there are some program jobs which are terribly paid. There are some which are amazingly paid. And you know, at the end of the day, we all go to we all go to work to earn money, right? So you need to make sure that you're not kind of underselling yourself with a job that isn't going to pay very well. Um, but to be honest, I think machine learning and AI are pretty well paid. And then also look at what experience they need. Some of them will require 2 or 3 years industry experience. Some will be happy with just a degree. Some will be happy with just a portfolio. So um, just kind of don't dive straight into a course, but just kind of dip your toes into some stuff online. See what you like, then research around that area to see kind of what jobs require, and whether or not they're suitable financially, um, and just go from there. And I mean, it will take you about a year or so, and then after that, you'll know whether or not you should go for. Um, oh God, I mean, this is going to be like Puzzle Bobble 3 or 4 or 5, or I mean, yeah. Anyway, but yeah, you're in the right place to ask things. People here know quite a lot, so yeah, it's going to be like 3 or 4 or something. It's a stupid one to have in the quiz. This because it is Puzzle Bobble, right? Oh, it's Bust a Move. Fair enough. Bust a Move too, but isn't Bust a Move just Puzzle Bobble? Isn't it the same thing? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't care. Whatever. Okay, so right, let's go through this. So what we need to do, we need to first of all we need to turn the interrupts on and make sure this is reset to 0. So let's go ahead and turn the interrupts on. Now, actually, rather than do this, what we should probably be doing is setting the bit like that. That way, we don't break anything else in that register. I don't think there is actually anything else. Oh yeah, well, there's other interrupts as well that we might need. Sprite. bitmap and sprite collision. Maybe because I might be using actually no, sprite bitmap is not going to work at all because we don't have sprites. We are 100% going to have to do our own collision here. There's no even we can't even do a hybrid hardware collision thing. Okay, so it probably is fine, but I'm going to use this instruction anyway. So this is a cool instruction which will let you set a particular bit. Uh, my diploma in electronic engineering didn't help me at all when I started with my current job. I had to do a lot of research and autodidacts and studies to work myself into it. And I'm controlling satellites around my. Oh, really? That's awesome. That's awesome. So, have you got anything to do with the what's it called, perseverance? Then is that the sort of stuff you're doing? That's really cool. You support NASA. Awesome. Awesome. So you see, my brain immediately just correlates what you're doing to what Howard was doing on Big Bang Theory, where he was driving the rover around on Mars. So now I just see you as Howard from Big Bang Theory. Okay, so the other thing we need to do before we do any interrupt initialization, we need to turn off the interrupts because this is going to break things if we don't. Now, the cool thing is we only have to set one interrupt vector here, which is this one here. Everything else can be done inside this function using self-mod code. So letting random chicks drive the rover, yeah. Doesn't he get it stuck or something? I'm sure he gets it stuck or something. Don't remember, yeah. Oh god, the robotic arm. Oh dear. Okay, so Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm gonna store that at FFFE. Okay, so this is telling the system to trigger an interrupt that points to this routine here. So RTS is the wrong thing to use here. We need to use RTI, not RTS. I'm also going to push all the registers here. So nothing, you never have to think about pushing the registers anywhere. It's all just going to be done by automatically in this function here. Okay, so now this function is called as part of this interrupt. Now we need to tell it where to trigger. So I'm going to set it start at line 0, but this is going to change depending on the line value that we set in here. Now at the moment the line value is set to an 8-bit value, but actually we have 9 bits that we can use for this. So for now I'm just going to use 8 bits, and we will look at potentially extending that to 9 bits later on. But let's just get it working first. Okay, so in that case, we need to load D011 and it with 7F, or the easiest way to do this is we reset a bit. So reset bit, there we go, and we put that 80. So this is going to basically turn that bit off in D011, which is a much more efficient way of doing this. And there we go, we've got this set up now. So what this needs to do in the next interrupt is the first thing it needs to do is it needs to grab this value here to work out if we need to call a function or not. So we're going to load X with that value, actually. We're going to load X with data.next interrupt. And then we need to load data.method pointer high, because we're using this to determine, let's put it here, if 0, no interrupts. And actually, this should be from the sorted indices instead. So So actually, I'm going to do it like this. I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to load X, comma Y. There we go. Okay, now I get that. So if there is no interrupt, we just immediately exit. So in other words, if we get to no interrupt, then we're finished because this will be sorted. So don't engage with these job offers daily. I get a lot, but I mean they tend to be yeah exactly like Andy says they you get agencies calling you, but they tend not to be they tend to be bullshit things. Like I get a lot of job offers for things that I have no fucking skills in whatsoever. I don't understand why they do it at all. I don't know. I think they just scrape CVs. So can I draw? Not really. I mean, I did some stuff on the Game Boy. I can kind of do graphics a little bit, but not well enough really. Enough to get by in retro, and that's about it. But even then, other people do a much better job than me. So okay, and let's have exit here. So exit is when we're completely done. Finish is going to be when we are done with all these interrupts. We've gone through the entire list of interrupts. We come to finish, which will be we take the value 0, we store that in data next interrupt. Um, and then we also need to I'll do that with Y actually. If no interrupt, we come to here. Okay, so yeah, so then we'd load this, and then we'd load data dot line Y, call it X, and store that at D012. So this is just making sure that when we get to the end, we're going to jump to the first interrupt again and set the line up so that we go back to the beginning. Saving constructions officer, groundwork manager, whatever. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? I think they just scan CVs and then pick out a few keywords and go, oh well, he said this in his CV, so he must be able to do that. Like I've had so many job offers for Java, when I know Java, but I don't know it well enough for it to be my primary job. That would be terrible. I wouldn't want it to do it. But I think it's because I have JavaScript in my CV, and they just pick the word Java out of that, and they think I'm a Java dev. Although, mind you, I do have Java listed in kind of knowledge of, and I guess they just treat that as well, he must have experience of that then. I mean, I could write stuff in Java. Don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't say I could write a. You know, I wouldn't be any good in a kind of advanced programming team doing CV. My CV says no fucking Java, and they still call. Yeah, I've stopped. I've actually blocked most of the agencies on my phone, so they don't phone me anymore. But I still get emails from them all the time. I have been blocking some of them, but they tend to kind of, the other agencies will find sites with CVs on, and they'll go and find it, and I haven't even had my CV online for God knows how long. So they're using really outdated stuff from somewhere. I don't know. Anyway, yeah. So this is setting up the next interrupt. If there is an interrupt that we need to do, then what we need to do is we need to jump to it. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to store the value from here. Jump address +1, and then we're going to load the low value here. Store that at jump address +2. And then we're going to jump to +0. And we're going to jump to that jump address. So this is going to be once we set it up, it's going to allow us to jump to that new address. Okay. GDPR should be stopping that now. Yeah, that's a good point. So I haven't had many in the past year or so, and I haven't. Yeah, that's a good point. So I haven't had one for a while. So okay, then when we've finished, we need to we'll grab this again because we don't know the state when we come out of this. So we'll just grab this value again. In fact, we can increment it and then grab it. Actually, let's just do it like this because it's probably a bit quicker, slightly. So I actually probably don't need to do this here, actually. So we take an interrupt. Hang on, let me think about this. Because if this was... okay. Let me think. I'm just trying to think of the order that I should be doing this in. So if that is on 0, then we jump to finish. Otherwise, we come into here and we run. And then we do this bit, which increments it and stores. But we need to set up this value here, D012. So I think maybe this should be the first thing that we do. No, it's not. No, it's not actually. This is correct. Okay. I'm gonna look at this when I'm done. I think there's I think this might be a little redundant. I think I might need to change this a little bit. Okay, so I can change that to set line, which means I can just like that. Okay, that makes that a little bit neater. I want to indent everything because I don't like it being. Okay, so check the next interrupt. If there is no interrupt, then we jump straight to here and we reset and we set the line for it. Oh, actually, no. Should we be server next interrupt? Wait a minute, I'm doing this wrong, aren't I? Okay. If there isn't an interrupt, then we don't do anything. If there isn't an interrupt, we need to go back to here. And if there is no interrupt at all, so if this is no interrupt, okay, so at this point here, we need to check this value because if this value is 0, sorry, if y is 0, compare y to 0. If it's not 0, then we jump to here and we do this. However, if it is 0, then basically we just need to jump to exit. Because if it's 0, there's no point in setting up another interrupt at all. We just need to immediately exit. However, if it is actually, I need to flip this around. Let's do it this way. So if it is, then we go to branch if equal exit. So there we go. So we immediately exit if y is already 0. So in other words, if we're just trying to immediately exit because there are 0 interrupts at all, then I think we should just exit. Okay. However, if we do need to set another interrupt up, oh Jesus Christ, because we've come from here, then not only do we need to Wait, hang on. No, this doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. Okay. I'm not thinking about this straight. I can tell I've had too much booze now. He says, necking another wine. I'm not thinking about this straight at all. Okay. By the time we get into this routine, we need to be firing an interrupt. So this bit here definitely needs to be run. But if there are no interrupts at this point, then we do need to exit. So I'm just going to jump to exit. So this is the bit that's actually going to check if we need to exit. So if we hit 0 at this point, it means that our interrupt that is firing from this beginning here is because we have no interrupts in here. And so we should just exit. If we do fire an interrupt, then the next job is to increment the, once we've fired the interrupt code, is to increment that. And if the next one is 0, then we need to reset index is what we need to do here. And we do that by basically loading y with 0 and storing that there, and then loading x with our new position. However, if we already have, if there is an interrupt there, then we just set that one. So yeah, this is right now. So then we grab the next line. So this is going to make sure that we're always grabbing the next interrupt and we're not skipping any. But if there aren't any interrupts, we properly drop out of this and just come to exit here. So this wouldn't do anything. So in the case of this function here, once I implement the init, we shouldn't see anything happen at all. But the moment I start adding things, we will. So let's try this out now. So I'm going to try it with some border changes. So what I'm going to do first of all is I'm going to import the interrupt system, and then let's get rid of that. So that okay. We've got some initialization code here, so it's probably best to put it in this lot. There is a clear interrupt somewhere. Oh, there isn't a clear interrupt somewhere. We completely disable them. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, I am gonna. Ooh, I don't know where to do this now. I'm gonna do it here. I'm just gonna see what happens if I initialize it here. So interrupts dot init. Now I would expect this to do nothing, but I'm interested to see if it's going to crash or something like that. So hopefully it doesn't. 4 errors in one night. Is it you every time as well? And is it the same one? I mean, vary it up a bit. Come on, man. Oh, wow. Yes. Okay, yeah, that definitely did not work. Okay. So let's take a look at this again. Okay, so we are setting an interrupt up. It is drawing up at this memory address. And we're setting a bit here, but it is doing all sorts of funky stuff. It's definitely not doing what I thought it should be doing. So in that case, is that first of all, do we need to do this? Because this is a possibility that we're just stuck in an interrupt loop and we're never getting out of it. So let's do that and do that here as well. We definitely need to do that. Acknowledge that's correct, but whether or not oh well, I've been trying to breed wolves in Valheim. I wasn't expecting the procreation to happen in chat. Hey, there we go. It's working now. Okay. So now just to confirm it's working, I'm going to do an increment here. And this is going to confirm that we're getting into the interrupt code. We should see the border flash. Okay, so border is flashing, so that's good. Let's get rid of that. Just restart it so I don't give anybody epileptic fits. And let's add some stuff in here. Okay, so we've got dirty sort. So this is kind of related to the sorting. This is kind of interrupt data basically, and next free interrupt. And this is just basically going to cycle round. Let's call it next free interrupt. And what this is going to do is it's going to make sure that if we add a new interrupt to the list, it's just going to be added one at a time as we go down. If you remove one from the middle, it will just keep adding on the end until it gets to the end, then it'll wrap around. TRB is an odd opcode. Yeah, it is a weird one. It's really useful though. It's a much better way of turning bits on and off. Because you can set multiple bits with it quite easily. You can, I mean, you can with and or as well, but this lets you do it in less bytes and quicker as well. So it's nice. Right, add interrupt. So I'm gonna write it all as a macro, but I will probably methodize some of this so it's not all in this. So in order to add one, first of all, we need to grab next free interrupt in X, because that's what we're going to return. That's we said we're going to return it in X here, and then we need to basically take line Y. Actually, this is probably going to be how it. I don't think there's much more we can do methodizing some of this. Line Y, store that at data. So interrupts dot data dot line Y on X. And then this will be method pointer. I'm going to store that at method pointer low. Method pointer high. And then we need to increment next free interrupt. I'm not going to do it with X because I've already got the X ready to go for the return. But I am going to... So maybe this bit could be... okay, yeah, let's do it here. So let's... and this is going to keep it separate then, and not have to repeat this all the time. So this can just inc next free interrupt. Actually, let's do this. Now we can do this thing with the this cement factory, isn't it? Yeah. There we go. And then that function then is going to just increment that value. So we'll do the remove later. So hopefully what I think we can do now is if I set this up here, I should in theory be able to go add interrupt at, I don't know, let's do it in the middle of the screen there, and let's call it method 1. And then I'm going to add another one called method 2. And then in here, I can just create method 1 and method 2. Method 1 and method 2. And I'll just increment the border at these positions. That's all I want to do. I don't want to do anything complicated. And hopefully now we should see 2 areas where the border changes. We're not doing any sorting, but we should have enough to... okay, that needs to be interrupts.data. Yeah. That should be data dot. But we should be able to demonstrate that we can add and remove interrupts nicely. So And then I think I'm not going to implement the sort today. Probably just going to rip one from my. Okay, we've definitely got one, but we don't have the other one. You can see one interrupt. So you can see one, but you can't because the quiz is in the way. But there's only one happening there, not two. So let me just see why that might be happening. It looks like the second one is fine, but not the first one. Let me just check. Method 1, method 2. Yeah, add interrupt, add interrupt. That looks familiar. I couldn't tell you what it is, but it definitely looks familiar. It's going to get rid of those flashing borders again for a second while I just look at the code. I think this will be the last bit of code I do tonight. Okay, so we should be grabbing the next free interrupt, yeah, and we should be pointing to that. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a look at these values in here. Method pointer high. Oh no, I don't know that game at all. It looks weirdly familiar though, so I might have seen it on something. So, 32B4. Okay, let's have a look at that. Oh, now interestingly, they both point to the same location here, which doesn't make any. Oh, yeah, that kind of makes sense because that's the method pointer high. Okay, so what about method pointer low? That's probably what I should have looked at here. 32A4. Okay. 0506 makes sense. They're 1 byte apart, so that's fine. Okay, so the pointers are right. Let's check the line Y out. This one here, 3294. Okay. Okay, the lines are fine. So it is my stupid algorithm is wrong. Okay, so come in here, take the next interrupt, which starts at 0. Grab the sorted index, which would still be 0. So this is basically just grabbing the same value here at the moment. Load the high value. Okay, it's not equal, so jump to here. Store that high value here. Get the low value, store that here as well. Jump to this address. Come here, do this. Come back. Take the interrupt value again, which is 0. Increase it, which becomes 1. We're not saving it. That's the problem. Increase it becomes 1. Okay, yeah, we're just not saving it. That's it. Oh shit! I should have put the colors back in. Damn it. It's been really weird, actually, hasn't it? Without steps around, I've got to admit, it seems strange. There we go. Cool. So now you can see the two rasters. So now we've got a way to add methods as raster methods. So the nice thing about this is we don't have to deal with acknowledging the interrupt. We don't have to deal with pushing stack stuff onto the stack. It's all handled for us. We also don't have to deal with interrupt chaining. That's handled for us as well. So the only thing we need to do is we need to add the sort into this so that things can be sorted properly. Actually, I might have a quick look and see if I can just do that very, very quickly. So, because if I don't, if I switch these around, for instance, and I add that one first and then this one, you'll see it doesn't look. So look at how it looks now. It might be hard to tell actually because it's still going to flash, but it's going to be slightly off the flash. It's going to flash for a whole frame, so you're going to get one frame and a bit of the color. So they're going to kind of alternate between the two, but you might not be able to spot it. you can kind of tell that they're out of sync. The colors, that it's not quite right, and that's because the interrupts are still firing, but now it's waiting a whole frame before it comes back round to the one above it. So this is where we would need sorting to make this work. And obviously that would get worse and worse if we started adding more. And so we can just use the same method, actually. We don't need to use more than one method. So if I just add a couple of these in and do them backwards, like that, then you'll see the problem. Because now each color update is going to take 5 frames. It's medley. This is a good one to end on tonight. So we'll go and find someone to raid in a minute, I think. I'll do the sorting next time. So you see how that's running now? That's because the interrupts are back to front. Now, if I change it to be the other way around and run it, you'll see that the interrupts are much smoother. They're not going to jitter around quite as much. They're much more static. In fact, I can make this even more obvious if I do have method 2 and method 3 as well in here, and I do actually just put that in method 2 would be enough. And so if I do this with method 1, and then put method 2 on the end, you'll see that the color bars will stay static. So you'll see 1, 2, 3, 4 static color bars, all the same. They'll be completely static. They won't move. There may be a little bit of jitter in them, but they won't move. Actually, you can barely see the color changes now. Okay, let me put a different color in so that it's maybe a bit more obvious, because you can't see that color change at all. I don't know what colors to use, to be honest. So, hey, Fobden Masud, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We're just ending though now. It's going about another 5 minutes, and then I'm going to end. I'm going to finish this wine. There you go. So you can see the 4 color bars perfectly static. That's because this is pre-sorted. Now, if I was to mess these up and reverse the order of these, so now that the orders are reversed, the bars can no longer print statically. They're gonna fill all sorts of they're gonna fill the entire screen in turn, one at a time. So you're gonna get like a flashy mess now. Yeah, there you go. You can see it's flashing crazy. With the bulk of the kind of top and bottom of the screen flashing between all the colors, and the bars flashing at different points. And this is just because we're not sorting these, so we're going to add sorting in. The other thing I'd like to do to enhance this as well is in this location here. So when the raster is run and we get to this point here, if there is another interrupt to run, then the first thing I want it to do before, well, actually, it would be probably would be at this point, is to check the line number against the current line number. If the line number is the same, then immediately fire it, because we might want interrupts that fire very tight together. So it's been streaming 4 hours 52 minutes. Oh, okay. Downtime. Why is that downtime? How does that work? Doesn't make any sense. Okay. So yeah, I think on the next stream, which will probably be next Saturday now, Check and I are going to do this week. Tuesday is absolutely focused on Game Boy until the Game Boy game is done. But we are getting close. I've got a meeting tomorrow, today, with Bitmapsoft about whether or not we can make the pre-order date and stuff. So I'll let you know more on Tuesday about that when I know a bit more. Uh, yeah, and yeah, so we'll get that done, and then I'll probably dedicate Tuesday to um Mega65 until the Saturday game is done. Then when the Saturday game is done, I'll switch Mega65 to Saturday, and Tuesday will probably end up being a Dissect stream or something like that. Alternate between Dissect and extra Mega65 stuff. And Checkanoid will go back to being dedicated to Thursday. So okay, let's find someone to rate. Oh, just as a Humper tune comes on as well. Thanks, 5 stream. All right, let's have a look. Who's around? Oh god, Meteor Matt is playing Valheim. Silent 50k is raiding. I'm gonna raid Farrell again. I like raiding Farrell. She's always playing fun stuff. She's always very excitable. I like that. So we'll go and raid her now. She plays lots of different retro games. I'm not sure what it is she's playing right now. It looks like a SNES game or a Mega Drive game. I'm gonna say SNES because of the amount of colors, but I'm probably wrong. I can never tell the difference between those two machines. So I'll raid her now, and I'll see you guys on Tuesday for some more Game Boy. Good progress tonight. Quite pleased with that. So take care, guys, and see you soon. Bye. And I've done it again. I do it every time, don't I? I do it every time. I do my whole goodbye speech, and then realize that the time has still got to tick down. Anyway, see you all on Tuesday. Bye.